Perfect. Welcome back to the Daily Stack. We are live from Las Vegas with our esteemed guest, Natalie Brunell. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. It's good to see you both.
And
Good
our
to see you.
lovely co-host, Holston Valencia. How are you?
Doing well. Doing well. Excited to be here.
Amazing. Well, let's get right into it. You had a huge event last night, Women in Bitcoin. You were there, said it was amazing. This is your first Bitcoin conference.
It is.
And that was your introduction to it. How was it? We saw the pictures. It looked big. Cynthia Lummis was there. There's a lot to talk about. So I'm actually going to let you guys unpack this more than myself.
It was incredible. It was, I will say, it was just so amazing to see so many women in one room. Just in general, I've never been in a room with that many women. But to be supporting Bitcoin and supporting you and Senator Cynthia Lummis, it was truly just a phenomenal event. Had a great time, and it was so nice just to connect with new faces too, and meet lots of other young women too that work in the Bitcoin space. Yeah, I would love to hear, how did you start this event? What made you want to start this like specific Women in Bitcoin reception, brunch? How did you get started with that?
Yeah, well, so I love that this is your first conference because it brings back very fond memories of my first Bitcoin conference, which was 2021 in Miami. And I recruited my best friend. I didn't know anybody in the space. I had like 3,000 followers as a news journalist, but I loved Bitcoin and I had just started my podcast. I had like a couple episodes and I was like, please, Paula, just come with me. I won't know anybody. And she's my ride or die. She came with me and it was so fun. It was amazing. We went to all the panels and we were total nerds. But we noticed two things. Number one, there weren't a lot of women, except for it was really convenient when you needed to go to the bathroom because there was no line, But other than that, I was like, where are all the women? Yeah. And then we would try to go to the events and we would be turned away. And I was like, I've never, as a woman, been turned away from cocktail events, right? Like usually you want the girls to come in and not have it be 90% guys. So that kind of stuck with me. But anyway, that whole conference sort of launched my entry into the Bitcoin industry. And the following year, as we were getting ready for the second conference, I partnered up with Callie Bailey, who's David Bailey's mom. And she's actually one of the co-founders of BTC Inc. and Bitcoin Magazine. And I said, we got to do something. And she agreed. So we put together a brunch for 100 women in Bitcoin 2022. That was our capacity. We didn't know if we would even fill 100. And we were oversubscribed. Like we had to turn women away at the door. We were like, I'm so sorry, we're at capacity. But there was such a demand for a women's event. Yeah. And so every year since, from 2022, we just grew it and grew it. And last night was the 5th anniversary. We honored Senator Cynthia Lummis since she's retiring. And this is her last Bitcoin conference as a U.S. Senator. So we wanted to make it special for her. We did a little award ceremony, and it's just the most beautiful event to bring together community and allow the women to meet each other, network, build friendships. And it's one of my favorite events of the whole conference. So that's kind of the backstory.
Yeah, thanks for sharing. Yeah, it was incredible. Like, I just know it's going to be my favorite event the whole week. Yeah. For sure.
It's fun.
And you put out a post this morning about a quote from Cynthia Lummis, which is, how do you want to be remembered? And she said, I want to be remembered as a spark. Tell us a little bit about some of the other things that she said about her whole journey in Bitcoin.
Yeah, I mean, she said that, and she left us with a lot of great encouragement and advice, especially as young women in the space. Don't ever, give any energy to those negative thoughts, and don't think that you can't do something. Just go out there and do it. And I think she's proven that to be true. She also said she's retiring, but she's never going to stop working. So I think that's super beautiful. She loves her grandkids. I don't know if you want to share a little bit more on what she said.
Yeah, I mean, you can imagine the amount of time and energy it takes to be a U.S. senator and one that has to travel back and forth between Wyoming and Washington, D.C. And by the way, it's not easy to get there. It takes multiple flights or a flight and a 4-hour drive. So I know she's just given so much over these years and she wants to spend more time with her family. And so I think she's going to continue to work in the Bitcoin space, but in a different capacity, one that I think she's earned. So we're really excited. But to Halston's earlier point, I mean, she had such a powerful, inspiring message. One of the best questions that she answered was, I asked her, I said, in the audience, there might be another Cynthia Lummis. What advice do you have for her? And she said, don't let those negative thoughts encroach because we all have them, but just go for what you want because anyone is capable of making their dreams come true, of making a difference. And it was really powerful. It was really special to hear that. And I think she inspired a lot of women last night.
Yeah. And back to your earlier point too, about getting denied from certain parties at the Bitcoin conference. I think as women in the Bitcoin space in a male dominated industry, it's very easy to get a lot of hate from men.
Yeah.
It's really unfortunate, but I've had so many
Comments are nasty.
guys just
Yeah.
be nasty, and so I
You gotta
think
ignore it.
Yeah, you have to ignore it and take what she said.
I asked you about that the other day on the stream of like, you have to have
Yeah.
so many people mansplaining stretch
Oh,
to
yeah.
you in the comments.
Oh yeah,
And you're like, you do this every day. And you
All
have
the
some guy
time.
that's like casually
all the
looking
time.
at strategy.
Yeah.
And like, you talk about stretch way more than I do.
I do, yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a lot to deal with.
A lot to deal with, but you know what? It just makes you stronger. And yeah, I think as a woman, you definitely just have to keep pushing in this space. If you truly care about Bitcoin and care about amplifying the message of Bitcoin,
Yeah.
keep at it. And I think you've done that super well. You've certainly inspired me, my mom, lots of other women in the
Thank
space,
you.
my good friend Ella. But yeah, let's talk about your book. So you just had a book come out, Bitcoin is for Everyone. It helped me orange pill my mom.
Oh, good.
And so
That makes me happy.
she loved it. She was brought to tears in the beginning part of the
Oh,
book. And she
really?
was like, this is such a sad story, but this is so empowering. My mom's a single mom. And so she felt like she really resonated with the content of the book. And now she has a BitKey. And so,
Oh, that makes me happy.
oh, yeah. Yeah.
Well, honestly, that is the biggest compliment if I could orange pill people's moms.
Yes.
I wrote a book just because I felt like I had read every book in the Bitcoin space, and they're all fantastic. I mean, I've probably read every Bitcoin book twice or 3 times. But when I've shared them with some of my friends or colleagues, I don't know what it is, but they'd be like, oh, it's too dense, or oh, I put it down, I didn't finish it. And I was determined to write a book that anyone can get through, no matter what their actual job and background industry is. I wanted them to sit down and be like, okay, I need to go deeper. I need to read the other books, but like as a starting point, I get it. I get why Bitcoin exists. I get what problem it's trying to fix. And that was the goal. So I hope people pick it up and check it out. I want retail to come back in because it's really a book for the retail audience. And we haven't seen them, as passionate about Bitcoin in this cycle, but I think that'll change.
I think so too. I think we bottomed. So
I think so too, at least for now.
Yeah.
I think there's also a good point to be made of like retail's not back. I think there's a lot of confusion. Bitcoin itself is not a centralized entity that has a marketing department that has the ability to go out and say, this is what altcoins are, and these are the crypto tokens, and this is, this is where they're paying for ballrooms to be made. They're not saying, people can donate money where they want to, but I think there's a lot of political influence that people are turned off by, certainly the current climate. And so Bitcoin doesn't have that. There's nobody that has a Bitcoin marketing department that's going out and putting a budget towards like, let's, have these different politicians sway their vote and vote for these tokens. So it really takes a lot. I think you have to get retail confidence back that, hey, this is why you choose Bitcoin. Most people in this room, I am sure, have been burned by altcoins. Like no one's perfect when they first start. We've all sinned. We've all gambled on things or made bad decisions. And so I think being very accepting to like the people that in the retail side that haven't come back yet is key. So it's good with your book to like, we need more thinking of it in the way of a Bitcoin marketing department. I mean, there's a lot to do, but this is one way to start.
I agree. I really think that if people appreciated the problem more, they would start to be more curious about a potential solution. But the thing that makes me sad is everybody kind of complains about the problem. They're like, everything's too expensive and I can't, the younger generations can't afford a house, but no one sits down and says why. Like what's actually happening with our money? Is it bad that the money supply is increasing, that we're going so far into debt? And especially as Americans, like we're in the center of this system. Like we need to understand it because our system affects everyone else as the reserve currency. So I think that people just need to take some time, and I get it. Everybody's busy and stressed out, but that's why a book like Bitcoin is for Everyone. You could pick up and read in a couple hours, really. So hopefully it'll help.
Yeah. Well, I certainly enjoyed it. My mom enjoyed it. I'm trying to get my grandmother to read it too.
Oh, I hope she gets orange.
I hope so too. And you know what? She understands Bitcoin, at a very high level. She's Brazilian, came to the States from Brazil, when she was in her 30s with 3 young kids. As a single mom, she escaped, hyperinflation in Brazil. And
incredible.
Yeah, was able to really live out the American dream here, but now struggling all over again in retirement.
Yeah.
And so hoping to orange pill her with the book.
That would be amazing because a core message in the book too is really the fact that Bitcoin will help us restore the American dream, which I make the point that it's called the American dream, but it's really something universal. The idea that you can come from anywhere. It doesn't matter, what family you come from or what what socioeconomic class you started in. You can make your dreams come true if you work hard, but that promise has been broken by the fiat system. And so I really believe that Bitcoin is the antidote to the fiat corruption and can help us rebuild that sense of hope and prosperity and opportunity. And fun fact about Brazil. So on my show this week, I'm interviewing Luana Lopez Lara, who I don't know if you've heard of her, but she is the youngest self-made female billionaire from Brazil. And she was the co-founder of Kalshi.
Yes.
And she happens to be a Bitcoiner. So,
No way.
yeah. And
Oh,
so
wow.
her story is really an American dream story too. She came here for college, and at 27 years old, she became a billionaire. So anything can happen here still, but it certainly helps if you have good money.
Definitely.
So super fascinating thing we've talked about, I think maybe on the podcast, is in our Bitcoin meetup, we spoke to this lady that came in first meetup, and she was telling us about she's getting a divorce and that her husband has never allowed her to invest in Bitcoin, which is frankly like common of like the man's controlling finances, and he's saying no, don't buy Bitcoin, it's too risky. I can take care of like how we invest money. And so now that she's going through this divorce, she's like, I'm excited to be able to like own my freedom and own like my finances and make decisions about this. So I feel, do you feel like you're starting to see a shift where women are starting to like say, hey, I'm curious about Bitcoin. I want to like own my finances and have that self-sovereignty that's not tied to just their spouse.
Yeah, I mean, I think what's interesting that I've seen in the Bitcoin space is really a multitude of extremes. Like what you mentioned, especially a woman not being able to really control her finances or have a bank account. I've heard a lot of those stories in developing countries. I share a story of Roya Mahboob in my book, who's from Afghanistan, and she had so many women working for her who were literally not allowed to have a bank account without their father or husband's permission. And Bitcoin allowed them to be banked for the first time and have independence. Some of them were able to eventually leave abusive, oppressive relationships and situations because of Bitcoin, which is empowering. But here in the US, what's been interesting with my friend group or colleagues is a lot of times the women are now out earning the men.
Mhm.
And so now they really have to learn what do I do with my money, because they're earning great salaries. They've achieved a lot in their careers, but they have to invest. They can't just, keep it in cash, and they don't, I'm telling them, don't put it in bonds. Like there's something a lot better. So it really is an incentive for them to learn about something like Bitcoin so that they can start to take control of their finances and be able to save for the future. So you see like all these different spectrums of Bitcoin uses and the types of people who embrace Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Shout out to my wife, Nancy, who definitely makes more than a podcaster right now. So, she's at home working super hard and is in that category.
There you go. There you go.
I'm curious to know, how has the response been with your friend group outside of Bitcoin? They know you work in Bitcoin. They know you have the podcast. They know you wrote the book. Are they interested in learning about Bitcoin, or they just think you're out there?
Most of them I've been able to orange pill, which I'm really proud of. So for example,
Awesome.
the woman that I brought my best friend to the first conference, now she's actually like working in Bitcoin. She's helping Bitcoin mining companies. She's a total Bitcoiner. And most of my like closest friends, the women who are my bridesmaids, they've all started investing in Bitcoin. But I definitely still have some holdouts, some folks that are nervous because they feel like they're too late, which I always tell them they're very early. But mostly what's been sad is my former colleagues, like people I worked with in the news industry, they still just don't get the Bitcoin thing. And I'm really sad about it because I'm like, you could break free.
Yeah.
So I hope that they eventually understand it. But yeah, I think it just takes time, and people come to Bitcoin when they're ready and when they maybe have a pain point or an interest that's close and personal to them. So it'll happen eventually. But I wish more of my former, colleagues would look into Bitcoin, because that's an area where I don't think a lot of them are embracing it yet.
Yeah. It's interesting too. You taught at USC for 8 semesters, I believe.
8 semesters.
8 semesters.
It was
I remember
awesome.
that. I would have loved to take one of your classes. That's unfortunate.
I wish you were in it. Yeah.
I know. I'm curious. I recently heard that Nick Batia's class is no longer available.
Oh, what a bummer.
And so they're really shutting down the digital assets initiative. And so I'm curious to know, what was the response when you were there? Did you talk about Bitcoin Okay. It was
No, so I was in the journalism school. I taught literally it was called advanced storytelling, and it was the capstone class for seniors where they made their newsreels to get their first
Okay.
TV jobs. And I loved it because when I was in college, I never had professors who had actually worked in television, at least not recently.
Mhm.
So I felt like I was getting a lot of theory, but not a lot of practical information about what it's actually like to work in television, because you can't read that in a book. You have to have someone who lived it, knows what it's like to be sent out on these crazy assignments, and tells you things that not like a professor won't tell you, but a news director will. And the news industry is a rough one. So I wanted to be that for students. I wanted to be a source where I was like, I want to deliver it in an uplifting way, but I also want to prepare them for a very hard industry.
Yes.
So I loved teaching, but I was never about Bitcoin. And then I started the Bitcoin podcast as I was kind of leaving. And so I didn't get to share that as much with my students as I wish, but I would love to teach a Bitcoin course at a college. I think what Nick was doing is fantastic. I'm surprised that they pulled it because it was popular. I know it was a very popular course. So, maybe the administrators just don't understand and are clamping down. But it's surprising given how Bitcoin is assimilating itself into the traditional system. And we have these vehicles that are very mainstream. We have institutions adopting Bitcoin. So, USC's got to get its act together.
Yeah.
Have a Bitcoin course.
I know.
So one thing I'm thinking it through is on really higher education in general is what's it going to look like, right? Like people are talking around like homology and the network state, and how do you spend 4 years? I think we're definitely having to shift towards the trades, and it does come down to education. And you have now like the best educator in your pocket that's going to be like Claude Opus 5.2. It's just getting better, and you have all of the information, which is great. I think AI is great for social mobility because everyone's going to have access to just like incredible amount of knowledge. So it's almost you want to continue these courses, but that really the next best wave of courses is YouTube, and the 2 billion monthly active users that they have. I think that the hard part now is getting above the slop and getting above all the AI generated stuff. How have you felt both really as creators of leaning into the live, the raw, we've talked about doing live content and shorts and things that don't look super dolled up because people are looking for information that is real, that they can trust, that is an AI.
Yeah, I mean, I talked about this on your podcast earlier last year, and I feel like my 6-figure education was a complete waste. Especially like now with all the tools we have with Claude and OpenAI and ChatGPT and all that, like I definitely think the future of education, especially higher education, is going to look dramatically different. And I think that, like you said, people are really craving that like human connection and information that they can trust. And these institutions are, at least school I went to, they had partnerships with firms on Wall Street. And so of course they're not going to teach you about Austrian economics and all of that. They're going to, make sure that you're going to become a compliant employee for the next 40 years to go work in investment banking and PE and all of that. And so, I think that, in the next few years, we're going to see a lot fewer kids going to college and maybe taking the non-traditional route and becoming very much self-taught through these different AI tools.
I think higher education institutions are seen in the same way sort of government is, which is as these benevolent actors rather than what they really are, which is it's a business ultimately. Yeah. I mean, they're making money hand over fist, and because we subsidize higher education, they're making even more money, and it's all backed by the taxpayer. So I think that when you start to break down how the system actually works and the incentives that drive it, you start to realize, is the most important agenda to educate people and give them all the information they need, or is it to generate money for the institution? And so that I think changes your view. And it is really sad to see that higher education doesn't teach some of these real life skills, the history of money, how to do like basic accounting. Most people graduate and have never done basic accounting or understand what it actually takes to survive in the real world, or what it means to take on debt. So many people are just living on credit now, and we just normalize it. And so that's not okay. So I wish there was a transformation and we could like unfiat the education world. But I think that's why it's so great to see Bitcoiners sort of not only making efforts to change that by infiltrating the schools and trying to put together Bitcoin courses and Austrian economics, but also like they're homeschooling their kids, and they're like they're changing the whole idea of what it means to to, go to school or get educated, which I really appreciate as well. And it's interesting what you said about feeling like your degree is a waste, because I actually ended up going and getting my master's degree because I graduated into the recession and it was so hard to find jobs. And I remember thinking, gosh, like I'm taking on an even higher expense. Is this the right decision? And one of the only reasons I did it is because my mom, first generation, for her, the idea that her daughter could get a master's degree in America was such like a huge, like a source of pride for her.
Yeah.
So I really think that that's why I did it. But to your point, like it didn't do anything for me.
Right.
I learned so much more being on the ground as an actual reporter at a TV station than in a classroom, hearing what it would maybe be like. So I really think education does need to change. It needs to change by the people like us who know what it's like to really be out there in the real world and kind of, make some changes from, I guess, I don't know, bottom up.
Yeah.
Yes,
Not top down.
Yeah.
Actually, you mentioned credit. My last
Yeah.
question is going to be Sailor. We've talked about this before. He always does a new twist, a new Easter egg on how to explain MSTR, how to explain Bitcoin, how
Yeah.
to explain, digital credit as a whole. What do you guys think, both of you, separately? What do you think is going to be his twist on when he gets, talks on stage?
Oh,
And it's a hard one because he's done
it's
so
hard.
many.
I don't know. He always has something up his sleeve.
I mean, he's just such a brilliant articulator of the message. And these are really his products, his innovations. So I'm sure he'll have some really unique little nugget that we'll all remember the next day and be talking about. But I don't know.
Yeah.
I can't read his mind.
On Stretch.
Yeah, I think so too. I think Stretch will be the main talking point.
And last year it was 21 Ways to Wealth, which he did that presentation to everyone, talking about his AI usage and
Yeah.
what everyone, hey, everyone needs to further their career by using AI more. For you guys, and I think we see our next guest, Sam, coming up that you obviously know well.
Yes, I do.
What are you guys excited about for the conference, rest of the week? What should the audience know?
I'm really excited to be at a booth signing copies of my book and meeting readers. And that's always been really, really fun. So I'm just looking forward to all the panels, to Sailor's keynote, to seeing the women that were at the event last night. And Paulson, thanks so much for coming. It was so nice to have you there. And yeah, it's just a fun conference. Like I said, if you would have told me that I would be doing what I'm doing at the first conference I attended, I would be like, you're crazy. Here I am not able to get in anywhere. Like, you're crazy. But
Yeah.
anything can happen.
That story is so funny. I remember Paula telling the story at your book signing event in New York. Yeah, very funny. Same thing. I'm looking forward to Sailor's keynote. I'm looking forward to the panels. I'm super passionate about the convergence of TradFi and Bitcoin. I'm a strong believer in that we need a bridge to get, to see mass adoption. And so I'm looking forward to a few panels on digital credit this afternoon as well. And yeah, meeting all the women in Bitcoin. There's so many women here. I was not expecting there to be that many women.
Yeah, we have our guest, Efrat, that was on last week.
Yes. She's
Her spot's
awesome.
right here. So she's going to be here all day.
Nice.
We're going to try to pull her in, about, her story in self-empowerment.
Yeah, she's great.
Israeli government. I found this fascinating.
Yeah, it was definitely fascinating.
All right, so we'll be back shortly. Probably give like a little 5-10 minute break, and then we'll have Sam Callahan on, and he's going to take us through Orange BTC.
Great. Awesome. Thank you.
Natalie,
Thanks for
thank you.
joining.
Paulston, amazing way to kick it off, and we're excited for the rest of the week in Vegas.
Yeah, thanks for
Looking
having me.
forward to it.
Yes.
welcome back to the Daily Stack. We're here live at Bitcoin 2026 in Vegas, and I'm here today with Sam Callahan, Director of Bitcoin Strategy at Orange BTC. Sam, how are you?
I'm great. It's exciting here.
Yeah, how have you been enjoying the conference so far?
It's been fun. Yesterday, had an investor day by UTXO Management and Ben Eck. And then I went to the Human Rights Foundation, had an event.
Amazing.
And it's one of the reasons why I'm in Bitcoin is it's empowering for human rights.
It is.
And so I always enjoy those events because it kind of recenters you of why you're doing this in the first place. So I've been having a good time.
Awesome. Yeah. Tell me about the UTXO event and the Van Eck. It's so surreal to see big companies like Van Eck, and we have Robinhood, lots of other just like more TradFi companies here. It's definitely, at least for me, very surreal to see them here. What was that event like? Tell me about it.
It was good. It was good. I heard from Matthew Siegel, who's the research over at Van Eck, and he always puts out quality stuff. So I enjoyed his presentation. Tyler Evans spoke, and then Fong Li, obviously CEO of Strategy. Fong, I think, is an underrated public speaker. I really enjoyed his talk, and it was really centered around Stretch, obviously, and the growth there, and really the velocity that it's growing over the last quarter. It's pretty crazy and phenomenal.
Yeah.
And then also the products being built on top of Stretch as like the next layer, the layer 3. How do we have digital credit, and then also digital money and digital yield is how they frame it, which is basically stripping the volatility from Stretch down to zero, almost like a bank account that is earning 3 to 3 times, because it probably strip down the volatility, probably yield like 8 to 9%.
Yeah.
And then you can also you can leverage it up. So, and then you have a product that offers say 15, 20%. And so those things are being built right now. And I think come next year, we're going to really see a flourishing ecosystem of products built on top of Stretch.
Absolutely.
And so it's really interesting just to be at the forefront of this and just kind of see it develop in real time. And so I really enjoyed Fong's talk.
Yeah, Fong, I definitely agree with that. He is definitely underrated. I loved hearing him on Natalie's show. He's been there a few times. We heard him at Strategy World, which was incredible. It was definitely focused on Stretch. And your company, Orange BTC, was the first company to hold Stretch on the balance sheet.
Yeah.
Tell me about that. Why Stretch?
First public company.
Public company. Yeah.
But so Stretch, it really was a no-brainer for us when you just look objectively at how we manage our USD position. Like, as a Bitcoin treasury company, obviously Bitcoin's our core treasury asset. We built our entire company around it. But we still have to hold USD and BRL to manage, our working capital, our expenses, our payroll, our, vendors, taxes. And so we hold fiat currency positions. And so we had the USD account earning money market returns. And then we obviously know about Stretch. We're very well versed on the risk profile and the asset coverage and the balance sheet backing it. And then you look at it and you're just like, okay, this thing is listed on NASDAQ. It's highly liquid. It earns a yield that exceeds the rate of monetary debasement, importantly.
Yes.
That's 3 to 4 times anything else that we can get in the market. And it also is monthly distributions. And so it has low effective duration. And then on top of that, it's anchored by the very asset that we are building our entire company around.
Yeah.
And so if we buy Stretch instead of a money market fund, we're actually providing incremental demand to the asset that we want we have on our own balance sheet, right?
Exactly.
So it's like this was a no-brainer. We wanted to support the industry. We wanted to, be, a front runner when it comes to adopting digital credit. And so for all those reasons, I mean, it's just like every single CFO and corporate treasurer faces the same dilemma, which is like, hey, I need liquidity. I need this cash position to be liquid.
Yeah.
But if I choose a liquid, place to park it, like a money market fund, I basically take a real loss. It's just like nature of the beast. Or if I want to outperform the rate of monetary basement, I have to go into more illiquid assets, riskier assets.
Right.
And that doesn't really jive. So you're just stuck in this dilemma. But then that's when Stretch came in and kind of solved that.
Yeah.
Because it's still liquid. It outperforms the rate of monetary debasement. And the only reason it exists is because of Bitcoin. And before Strategy built this massive Bitcoin balance sheet, it really wasn't possible to launch any kind of product like this. And so we are not only holding Stretch for our cash position, but actually 20% of our Bitcoin holdings are earmarked for Bitcoin income generation strategies or yield strategies.
Wow.
And one of them is pretty much a no-brainer, which as a large public company with a large Bitcoin balance sheet, low leverage ratio, we have access to cheap financing, because lenders are willing to lend to us at favorable rates because of the strength of our balance sheet anchored by Bitcoin. And so what we're doing is literally we just borrow against our Bitcoin holdings, some of our 20%, a portion of it, turn around and buy Stretch. It's just a simple carry trade.
Yeah.
It's like not rocket science.
Yeah.
But it allows us to quote unquote earn a yield on some of our Bitcoin holdings, allows us to acquire more Bitcoin over time.
Yeah.
And so it's very simple, but it also drives more demand for Stretch.
Right.
And you see how these things are all kind of aligned.
Yeah.
And so I think I don't know of another public company that has announced any kind of strategy like that, but we continue to do that. It comes with risk, but the risk is Bitcoin risk, right? Which we're fine with, and then issuer risk of strategy. But the management team has shown a great track record of discipline. We know them personally. We think they are going to continue to maintain the dividend, at least for now, where it is. And we believe that they'll continue to secure the Bitcoin, and we're just comfortable with that risk to put on a yield strategy like that with Stretch. And so it's part of a diverse set of strategies that have different risk profiles. We want diversified approaches. Yeah. And so the Stretch carry trade is just one of them. But it's all around just trying to make some of that Bitcoin on our balance sheet productive.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's incredible. And I don't think I've heard of another public company doing this. I would love to hear your take. I've tried to explain Stretch and SATA and the prefs to a lot of my TradFi friends that I went to school with, and they just don't get it. They think it's a Ponzi. They think I'm just nuts. How do you explain these products to people who are maybe super siloed in the traditional financial world and think this is just all one big scam that's about to blow up? And I've heard lots of, terrible comments towards strategy and Sailor specifically. How do you deal with those, and how do you explain these products? And
well, I just go back to like the first principles. I mean, one of the things I find is that when you kind of argue with somebody who's more skeptical of these products, when you really boil it down, it comes down to this one point, which is like, well, that only works if Bitcoin goes up. And I'm like, yes, that is the bet.
That's the core
point.
thesis.
Literally the core thesis is that it's going to outperform 11.5%. But if you look at rolling 4 or 5 year CAGRs of Bitcoin's historical performance, and obviously future performance doesn't, past performance doesn't guarantee future performance and all that. But if you're talking about literally like the 10th percentile of meaning like 90% of the time Bitcoin did better than this over a 4 or 5 year period, you're looking at returns of like 25 to 30% over 4 and 5 year CAGRs, right? So that's more conservative based on its historical performance, because you're talking about 90% of the time it outperformed that. Yeah. And so strategy is basically saying, hey, I can offer a competitive yield of 11.5% for these preferreds because I have conviction that Bitcoin's going to outperform that based off my assumptions and expected future returns and the trends of Bitcoin adoption and its continued absolute scarcity. Yeah. And then also based on its historical performance. And you're taking a very conservative approach, even when it's crazy. They'll say this, but like, oh my gosh, like there's no way it's going to outperform that. But it's like, well, just look at the data.
Right. Look at the charts.
Look at the chart. Look at the data. Look at, this is what the return profile, the asymmetric upside Bitcoin offers. And so I think, and then when it comes to the actual vehicle, the preferreds, I think around finance, that's been like it's in the corner. Nobody really talks about preferred equity, right? Yeah. But why it's different than say like a traditional loan is because it removes that maturity risk, that refinancing risk. Yeah. It's quote unquote permanent capital. And like some traditional, people in finance would look at this and say, it's actually quite expensive, compared to some of these other options. I was like, yeah, but they never have to pay back the principal. And it also gives them a ton of flexibility, if they decide they don't pay the dividend for whatever reason for any of these preferreds. It's not like they go into default and declare bankruptcy. They have more flexibility. They don't have that refinancing and maturity risk. And so you're almost paying more, and they're able to pay more because of the Bitcoin for the removal of all of those
refinancing risk, maturity risks, the maturity cliffs, and the problem is that like you can't really model that risk out with a traditional debt instrument. Like even if it's just a fixed maturity 5-year loan, you can do Monte Carlo simulations and look at the volatility and try to guess like you'll be okay based on what you use the proceeds for, what your return's going to be, and the cost. But you don't know if you invest. Let's say you invest in Bitcoin with the proceeds, and then Bitcoin tanks like right before that maturity. You can only hope that you like time the cycle right.
Right.
And there is times where you're like, okay, this is the right time to leverage up. Right now would probably be a good time.
Yeah.
Because Bitcoin's 50% off its all-time high. Yeah. When Bitcoin corrects 50%, its expected future returns or historical returns is extremely high.
Yeah.
Coming off that correction. And so maybe this time would be an okay time to take on even traditional leverage. But what Michael Saylor is saying, I don't want to deal with any of Bitcoin's short-term volatility. I never want to be at a liquidation, risk of liquidation or a margin call. I want permanent capital. I want long-term liability to match a long-duration asset in Bitcoin. And I never want to risk getting margin call over that time period, which is fine. And so that's why this vehicle is preferred by strategy. And I don't think people really understand that of what they're trying to do, which is like match the duration of the liability with the asset, because they expect to hold on to Bitcoin forever.
Right.
Forever.
Right.
And only Bitcoin really has that risk profile, in my opinion, where like you can think about, hey, Bitcoin's going to be around in 100 years. That's like one of the reasons why it's like long-term savings, because it actually eliminates a lot of risks that other asset classes have. So that's a long-winded answer to explain to your friends and stuff, but that's how I think about it. But like I said in the very beginning, what it really boils down to is, do you think Bitcoin's going to go up? It
does.
A lot of people don't
it comes
think
down to that.
A lot of people haven't even got it around their head that like Bitcoin's going to do that.
And that it's real and that it's not just a scam.
And not even just go up, but like outperform the dividend rate that they're paying out, right? Their obligations. So I don't think like strategy gets enough credit for how much conviction they show by issuing 8 billion plus of this stuff when they're saying, hey, we'll pay this dividend of 11.5%. And the owners of Stretch are like, we don't want Bitcoin's volatility. We just want, you can have the residual outperformance of the 11.5%. And Strategy's going like, we'll gladly take it. Yeah. We'll hold it for you. That's what Saylor said in his, I think, strategy world. He's like, you guys have trouble holding through volatility? Don't worry. We'll do it for you because we have conviction. We believe in Bitcoin's long-term appreciation, and we'll offer this product. We'll hold the Bitcoin. And it really just shows like conviction. Like they're not just saying it, right? They're actually doing it. Yeah. They're doing it. So, and it's obviously driving a lot of demand for Bitcoin, especially the last couple of weeks. It's been, quite frankly, incredible. Yeah. And so
Stretch has had some crazy weeks.
Yeah. So I think what we're watching here is like really one of the most interesting financial instruments to come around in a really long time.
I completely agree. And I talk about Stretch all the time. I talk about Strike as well. I think Strike is severely underrated.
Strike's cool.
Yeah. How do you think, when is Wall Street going to wake up? Do you think, I feel like I talk about this on LinkedIn too, and just not getting the response from, the traditional financial people that I would hope for with such an incredible product that I think is really going to change, fixed income. When do you think Wall Street wakes up? Do you think they wake up around the same time when, they start to adopt Bitcoin? And I know we're seeing a lot of the ETFs come out and all of that, but I just feel like they're still all asleep.
You got to understand, I feel like they're just getting their heads around Bitcoin itself, let alone kind of derivatives of it on top of it. And they have to trust that yield is durable. Yeah. And to understand that you have to have faith in the Bitcoin balance sheet that supports it. And so I think Wall Street also looks at a yield that high and immediately goes, that's junk. That's risky. Yeah. Because they're comparing it to, private credit, which is like an opaque, and you don't really know the quality of the loan book that underlies that yield. And also, if you just have a corporate that's inherently risky, that's struggling, they're going to probably have yields that high, but it's very, very different risk profile. That's what people don't get. And it's when you buy when you buy a traditional junk bond or something, you're betting that that company is going to take the proceeds and whatever. If they make teddy bears, they're going to make it more efficient and make more teddy bears, bring in more profit, and then be able to pay you back. So they're bringing in future cash flow. That's very different than what Strategy and Strive and MetaPlanet have done with some of these digital credit products, which is, they already have the capital on their balance sheet, right? Yeah. You're just betting that they basically can secure it, and they're not going to sell it, and they're not going to mismanage that Bitcoin holdings that supports that dividend payment. And then so you're kind of shifting the risk. It's still on the management team, but they already have the capital. Yeah. So it's just a very different risk profile. And I don't think TradFi world has really, they're just starting to understand Bitcoin. And I think they're not really understanding the innovation here yet. Yeah. But as it becomes more seasoned, mature, gets more of a track record, it's still not that old. Like, it's not even a year old. Right. So it needs to build a track record. They need to see it work. They need to gain better market awareness. That comes with education. And that's really what Strategy, I think, is focused on right now, is just educating the market. They created the product. It's done. It's live. It's working. Yeah. It is gaining adoption at the retail level, but now it just comes down to market education. And, when the truth is on your side, it's, in my opinion, it's only a matter of time. It reminds me of Bitcoin a lot, like years ago, where it's like, the truth is on our side. Yeah. They don't understand, they haven't done the work, but once you do the work, you can't really unsee some of these things, especially with Bitcoin, but also with Stretch. When you kind of look into the actual numbers and, how many years of dividend coverage do they have? And it's just, you're like, okay, how tell me how this doesn't work. Right. And then it comes down to what I said before. Bitcoin doesn't go up. Right. It's like, okay, well, that's the bet. That's the struggle. If you're talking to someone and you're trying to convince them that Bitcoin is even going to work, then it's like just lost cause. It's a non-starter. Yeah. I mean, you got to just, agree on that fundamentally. I kind of want to pivot a little bit and talk about what you're doing at Orange BTC. This is a Brazilian treasury company. Yep. How has the response been in Brazil? I'm curious to know. My grandmother's Brazilian. She escaped Brazil and lots of, just terrible inflation back in the day, and came out to the States and got to live out the American dream. And so I feel like it was much easier for me to explain Bitcoin to her, to someone who has experienced the pain of the, financial system and the AI. How has the response been with, just the locals in Brazil? And I think the response has been pretty great, actually, especially at the institutional level. The thing about it is the broader crypto adoption in Brazil is one of the highest in the world. Yeah. Top 5 across every category. Wow. Stablecoin, DeFi, Bitcoin, and they're the only country in the world that can claim that. And so the adoption's there for the reasons you said. The currency's been mismanaged over the years. There's a lack of trust there. They've dealt with capital controls in the past. And so all the reasons for why you'd want to hold Bitcoin, I think people understand it, but financial literacy is an issue there. And so it comes down to a lot of education. But at the institutional level, we've been very encouraged by the conversations and the developments, and how they see what's going on in the United States with the banks leaning in, the Morgan Stanleys of the world, and all these large traditional institutions really leaning into Bitcoin as an asset class. Obviously the current administration, Strategic Bitcoin Reserve, they're seeing all this, and I think they're realizing, okay, this is here to stay. We need to build services. There's client demand for it, and we need partners, right? Yeah. So we come in, we're a public company with a large Bitcoin balance sheet. There's a lot of opportunities to utilize that balance sheet, and then as well as fill voids in the market infrastructure there that exists in the United States, but don't exist in Brazil yet, at least not to the institutional grade quality that we expect here. And so that could all kinds of opportunities to launch products, partner with some of the largest financial institutions in Latin America. And so we've been having a lot of productive talks, and kind of exactly the thesis was playing out. And things take time. I wish I could share more specifics. Hopefully in the coming quarter, we'll have announcements. Have to stay tuned. Yeah, we'll have announcements to make. We've been working behind the scenes, a lot of legal work, a lot of structuring, a lot of But we're excited about what we're building and excited to share it with the market when we're able to.
Yeah. Well, definitely looking forward to it. You guys have been doing some incredible things, and Brazil's near and dear to my heart. It's my background, and love to see it.
Beautiful, beautiful country. I mean,
it is. Have you been recently?
Yeah, it's been to Sao Paulo, and but just like the food's amazing.
Yes.
Yeah, the weather's awesome, and the people there are actually extremely innovative and resilient and really smart. They've dealt with currency debasement, and their financial services there is actually it's almost more technologically savvy than the United States in many ways. I mean, we could talk about picks. There's pros and cons with it, but in terms of just the general, they have, I think, 6 out of the top 10 largest neobanks in the entire world there. Right?
Wow.
Nubank is a giant beast, and so I think they're ripe for more Bitcoin adoption. Yeah. I think it's up to us to improve investor access there, provide better products, and kind of meet investors where they are, and then really just drive education. And it's similar to 3 or 4 years ago in the United States, where we can share a chart on Twitter in English and everybody would have seen it before. It's like a common chart that's floated around for years, and it's a great chart, but it didn't get circulated down in Brazil, especially not translated to Portuguese. So, we share a chart that everyone knows here, but we share it there, and it blows people's minds because oh my gosh, I never thought of it this way.
Yeah.
So that's why there's a lot of opportunities to teach why Bitcoin matters, how it fits into a portfolio, and then to launch products and then improve investor access. And that's the void we're trying to fill at Orange BTC.
Yeah. I love that. And just to clarify, I am not a fan of picks, but
I know.
No, just to clarify for the people watching, not a fan. I think it's a soft stable coin. Not stable coin, CBDC.
You can't deny its adoption though. It's been kind of crazy.
Everybody uses it.
It's pretty wild.
I was in Brazil, what was it, about a year ago, and it's everybody uses it.
Yeah.
And then another thing that kind of blew my mind is I was at a mini mart or something, and they're asking for my tax ID. And I was like, what?
See, as Bitcoiners, we're just
I was
immediately
my
skeptical,
tax ID,
paranoid.
I was just like, what the
But
heck?
this is why Bitcoin matters.
Exactly.
You can easily see how those types of technologies can be turned against the populace, right?
Yeah.
And that's why alternatives matter.
Yeah.
Especially, ones that are censorship resistant and all the reasons why we like Bitcoin. I think you look out at the world today, and Bitcoin censorship resistance and its permissionlessness. Those are traits that Bitcoiners really appreciate, but generally the world doesn't yet.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, in a highly indebted global economy with these governments, the odds of currency debasement are high. And that means more inflationary pressures, more currency debasement, which usually come with more capital controls. And so if that's the future that we're looking at around the world, then we need alternative monetary rails that are neutral, apolitical, permissionlessness, resistant against censorship. And I think the world will appreciate that more and more over time with Bitcoin.
I completely agree. Sam, it has been so nice to have you on the Daily Stack. I think we're going to wrap it up here. But before we end the show, what are you looking forward to most at the conference? This is a big conference. There's a lot of people here.
Yeah. Look, I mean, I have so many meetings back to back.
Yeah.
So I'm excited just to talk with institutions, to potential investors, to share our story at Orange BTC. I'm on a panel tomorrow with 2 people that I really looked up to and learned a lot from, which is Chris Kuiper from Fidelity Digital Assets and Greg Ciparello. I can never say his name. Ciparello from NYDIG.
Okay.
So they're
Love
both
NYDIG.
They both put out really good research over the years. So I'm really thrilled to join their panel, and that's at 4:30 local time tomorrow. So catch it, and I'm just excited to be on it.
Yeah. Well, thanks for joining the show. We will be back here in a few more minutes. But yeah, thanks for coming on.
Thanks, Allison.
We are back at Bitcoin Vegas or Bitcoin 2026 in Las Vegas. We got Scott Elam from XCE. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm very good. Yeah.
First Bitcoin conference in the US, yeah?
First Bitcoin conference in Las Vegas. I did
Yeah.
come to Strategy World a few weeks ago,
Yeah.
but yeah.
How was Strategy World? We almost made it. I love the one they actually had in Orlando last year. And it was sad I couldn't make it with family stuff, but how was Strategy World this year?
Strategy World was incredible because I think it's the first Strategy World I've been to, and a lot of the comments were, this is a lot quieter than it is in a bull market.
Yeah.
So the quality of people who were there and the quality of institutions that were there and the amount of time you got to spend with them was probably advantageous to somebody like me turning up to arrive. So yeah, it was really good.
Yeah, it seems from early days, we talked to like the MetaPlanet team, Strive team, several times. Is they've really benefited from the mentorship of working with like Sailor, seeing what they're cooking up with strategy, all these other preferred products. Probably talking with him and saying like, what are we able to do with preferred product, and him giving him a really direct answer of, you're not big enough, you don't have the liquidity, you don't have the volume yet. Here's what I think you should do instead. And I've heard he's very generous with his time, but he also he'll give you a very direct answer.
Yeah, he's done a lot for the community and a lot for businesses in the community and a lot for Bitcoin corporate adoption. So I think he sees it as a responsibility for himself to kind of steer the younger or smaller businesses in the right direction. And I think that's probably one of the main motivations for the amount of time he puts into events like that, and the amount of time he puts into podcasts, and the amount of time he puts into the industry.
Yeah. For yourself, coming into this week, we were talking earlier around, Bitcoin popped through 79K last night, and then we were like, oh, it's going to break up to 84K. There's this big CME gap to fill, but then we rejected and we came back down. How bullish are you heading into this week? Do you think we have the consistent conference sell-off that we unfortunately see, year after year?
So you think we might be having a conference sell-off, but you ask me how bullish I am for this week. I don't measure the weeks, but I think that each time we've seen drawdowns, if you look in the sort of last 12, 18 months, there's a lot more eyes on Bitcoin, a lot more institutional eyes on Bitcoin, and a lot more traditional investors eyeing Bitcoin. And there's a lot of movements in other asset classes that they're familiar with. There's been some massive movements in gold. And the more spiked drawdowns that Bitcoin has seen, the more confidence when that's risen back up and stabilized and performed well, I think the more confidence and conviction they're getting as they're beginning to enter the asset class. Yeah. So I'm very bullish for the future of Bitcoin, and I'm bullish for this year even, but I think we see a couple of catalysts hit the market, and I think we're forgetting that what we've been through in Q1 is probably unexpected, but quite black swan events in some manner. Like the Iran situation, like, okay, Bitcoin's handled it all very well compared to how it would have handled it 4 to 8 years ago.
Absolutely. It's been very sturdy. You have even events we started the year with U.S. going into Venezuela with Maduro, honestly a clean operation, but something that would still spook the market, and Bitcoin was held pretty steady. For you guys in the UK, let's talk about, and we talked about this on the Friday Stack a little bit, but in the UK it was a little bit different than, it seems like they're very chummy. We talked about Strive and talked about MetaPlanet and Sailor and their relationship, but it almost felt like at one point a lot of UK Bitcoin treasury companies were getting very heated and competitive, almost like these football clubs that are very competitive. And you guys are coming in, I think, seeing all of that, seeing the crazy multiples that went up and then they deflated back down, and then you have people on Twitter that are gonna certainly comment on that, and so you're able to come in and really push XCE. We've learned from this situation. We're coming in, we understand what these guys did. How are you? What lessons do you feel like you're coming into the Bitcoin treasury space when you did?
Well, I set the business up in 2014, our flagship operating business, Spencer Riley. So I had a good run of, let's say, 6 years building the executive recruitment company, honing my craft in that, the teams honing their craft in that, and identifying what are the problems every business owner in executive recruitment faces. And that's cash, they generate cash, but it's eroding in value. That scale, they need to attract billing recruiters. Headcount is directly linked to revenue and profit. And then exit. There is no exit strategy for the owners of executive recruitment companies that's obvious. Competitors don't buy competitors. Private equity don't come into the marketplace very often. And most recruitment company owners work their entire careers in their business, building up reserves to self-fund a management buyout. So we adopted the Bitcoin balance sheet in 2021. And that was me thinking, what's the best decision I can make for the business, for the staff, for the future? And working out and designing and iterating over 4 years, how do we use this Bitcoin balance sheet to the best of our ability and create what I believe we've created, which is one of the first traditional operating businesses to grow as a direct result of an integrated Bitcoin treasury. So I've had 2021 to 2025, our revenues going up 30% compound annual growth rate over that period, and Bitcoin drawing down. So I've had the private lessons of conviction and building conviction over 4 years. So I think we've been very fortunate that you mentioned about the heated sort of competition between Bitcoin treasuries. I was as involved as I could possibly be in Bitcoin as an anon. Yeah. So I've got a good relationship with Freddie New from his work with Bitcoin policy. I'm involved in the Bitcoin Business Network, which is now gaining not just public companies, but private companies into a business network that's focused on holding or using Bitcoin. And then when it comes to the other businesses, Andrew, I was quite involved in the conversations on the spaces prior to their IPO and just sort of supporting their IPO. Yeah. So I've been a massive sort of supporter from my side. I've been really behind Bitcoin in the UK as much as I possibly can. So it's good to have been able to learn them lessons, see how them guys have executed and where they've executed incredibly well, and be able to try and help replicate that in XCE. And I think that history from 2021, 2025 allowed us the advantage to build the capital markets team and the deep expertise that we've got on that with the likes of Richard Byworth, who I was with yesterday evening and saw today, and Adam Back, who I'll see in this evening or tomorrow or whenever he's arriving today. So yeah, we've been able to learn lessons from the industry, and probably IPOing end of last year would be considered just after the wave of companies that there was quite a bit of heated competition in the UK between some of them. And I think rightly so in some senses, that if those businesses have had a history of buying Bitcoin and all that kind of stuff, I think it's easier for them to enter the market and have the conversation. But I think the Bitcoin investors tend to be highly scrutinous, highly skeptical, and that ultimately is very good for the industry and good for Bitcoin in Britain, because it gives a barrier of entry and a good filter. Yeah. So
a lot of the UK demeanor is very much scrupulous, and I feel like skeptical, but that's how you protect wealth of a long time, is not falling for every scam, not falling for every altcoin that comes out promising to the world, or new privacy coin and all of this. So as Bitcoiners, it's good to have that lens. And I think through politics and really anything, you see Bitcoiners really questioning, what they're being told, what they're being fed. So from that, I think the big takeaway for our audience too is the way retail sentiment comes back into treasury companies really is going to be saying, has this person run a business? Have they been profitable? Let's not let them just buy some Bitcoin, take some investor money, run the stock up in the stock market, and then figure out how to make money and how to make, defend their multiple. I think the market's going to reward companies that have already made money and been profitable. Like in the US, we obviously celebrate, capitalism. And can you go and do something that provides more value so someone, is willing to part with their Bitcoin or their fiat in order to pay you for that? So you guys have proven that since 2014, have already stacked Bitcoin. Personal finance question: how are you holding it? When you first started buying 2021, were you doing like hardware wallets? Did you have a custodian at that point? Like,
that's not a personal question. That's a business question, isn't it?
A small business question.
My personal journey in Bitcoin from 2016 was the typical storing and custodying journey. One device, on paper, one device on metal,
Yeah.
safety deposits, then multi-safety deposits. So by the time the business started buying Bitcoin, 2021, I had a pretty strong idea of the level of security that you needed for custody as a private business.
Yeah.
And at the time in 2021, prior to going to IPO, I had pretty robust private security and custody parameters in place involving one third party and involving 2 different locations with high levels of security and a retinal scan and a fingerprint scan, depending on which one you were going to. And then in preparation for the IPO, we worked with Cartwrights, who just won an award yesterday for pioneering in UK fintech. So congratulations to Cartwrights and the team over there. And they did deep due diligence on exchanges and liquidity providers, deep due diligence on custodians, and they were the first business to advise on a British pension fund allocation. So we wanted to make sure that our levels of custody and our practices, policies, and due diligence were at the levels necessary for institutional grade treasury management, and I believe they've given us that opportunity there.
Yeah. That's a question I think more small businesses that are looking to hold Bitcoin, they need to dive into and do some education and learn. This is how a small business holds Bitcoin versus being like Strategy, who's going to have these conversations with, any large custodian, Coinbase institutional is going to come knock on their door. But for every small business, that is an option. But in 2021, that's impressive to be able to like go in and, let's set up a proper risk management policy. I'm a small business. I want to,
Yeah, of
start my
course.
Bitcoin.
Yeah, I think they need to match their allocations with conviction, and they need to do that earlier in order to get used to the security. You can't sort of study self custody and then know how to custody it for your business. You've got to have experienced it. You've got to have been there and done it and played with the Bitcoin as was quoted here a few years ago. Before you're going to be comfortable as a managing director or an owner of a business, putting your staff's futures into a balance sheet that's got Bitcoin on it. And I think you mentioned before as well about the sort of UK environment and how investors look at these businesses and the growth of these businesses. Those businesses that are considering studying it, hopefully we're putting a playbook in place. And I think our playbook is very specifically aimed at people-based, service-based businesses. And whether you can use what we're doing privately, it's probably a little bit more difficult, but certainly publicly in those private businesses in our industry, from a growth strategy, yes, we want to attract high-performing recruiters. As I say, headcount is directly linked to revenue growth. We want to attract all of them, and we want to bring them into the business and increase revenue. But for business owners, I'm having conversations coming to me now from within our industry where they're very quickly identifying the problems I've identified and say, yes, I agree with that. How do we consider putting Bitcoin onto the balance sheet? And what we want to build is a platform for those business owners who are unable to work towards an exit because of a lack of competitor acquisitions, private equity, to join the group, switch their cash reserves into Bitcoin, switch their ongoing cash generation into Bitcoin, and earn long-term equity based on their contribution to strengthening the Bitcoin balance sheet. And by doing that, we can scale the business from a market cap perspective. We can welcome acquisitions that fit at the right stage in that growth. And I think over the long term, we're looking at, okay, what EBITDA valuation do you have? And what Bitcoin treasury valuation you have. And if the EBITDA valuation in our industry is averaging for PLCs, and there's not many PLCs, 6 times, then that should help us protect the MNAV and allow us to raise more capital consistently, or allows the opportunity to raise capital more consistently. And I think strengthening the operational business just makes that Bitcoin treasury more credible and durable, dependent on the market cycle. But the Bitcoin treasury actually makes the operating business more attractive to the next revenue generating recruiter, of the next revenue generating cash flowing acquisition, and ideally the next investors as well.
Of course. And so this is something we've seen with AI, is that next wave of SaaS companies, that have been killed off by Anthropic, and the latest and greatest, feature that Claude comes out with is that verticalized AI software and implemented by people in its specific niche industries is going to be the future of like what the most valuable AI software is, you're not going to have ChatGPT, you're not going to have Claude be able to go into every industry and know and implement it in a very clean way and be able to speak the language. What do you feel like, and you mentioned in your industry, this is your way to orange pill people, is through community, these association groups of like other executive recruitment firms and that are facing the same retirement issues, the same passing down the business, the same thing of just getting an exit out of it. Do you see any other businesses that are very similar, like verticals or industries that have the same thing? Obviously, like recruitment's huge, and here in the U.S. as well. But we've seen doctors for a long time even start buying the real estate of the practice they're in to have a better retirement if it was a very service-based, high turnover practice where there wasn't a lot of residual customers and no one wanted to buy the practice. It was all based on the doctor. So they have to start investing in the hard assets like real estate to be able to have that long-term asset, appreciation.
I think executive recruitment is uniquely positioned to benefit from a Bitcoin treasury strategy. And that's because the salary levels tend to be moderate salary levels with a high amount of that based on commission, based on revenue generated by the individual and cash received by the business. So that's quite unique in most industries, which makes it uniquely suited to a Bitcoin treasury from a scaling point of view. But all service-based businesses, if you then go, well, what's the closest comparison to that? Accountants, lawyers, PR firms, marketing firms, all the businesses that are people-based can benefit from Bitcoin treasury. And all those businesses that are naturally inclined to say, well, as a long-term asset for the business, we are capital light or capex light, we're asset light, we're people-driven. They tend to, the owners, save some money, put it in another company, buy the building, rent the building back to the business. It's sort of been the go-to protection against inflation and against currency debasement for business owners for quite a long time. Bitcoin is the new protection, and it's going to take people a while to start adopting that, and it's going to take those who've already gone all in on property a while to unwind that, and a large amount of conviction to unwind that. So you'll probably see them just allocate into the future, won't reverse their old strategy. But yeah, I think executive recruitment is uniquely suited to this. And I think we have an opportunity there to positively disrupt a global industry. And that global industry, I think there's thousands of recruiters, there's thousands of private recruitment companies. But then if you go, okay, every single senior leader in every single market, in every single jurisdiction around the world speaks to executive recruiters on a confidential and a detailed basis. So if this industry is disrupted positively by Bitcoin, then I expect other industries to have conversations with the people who are using the Bitcoin and start adopting. So I think it's an important industry for wider Bitcoin corporate adoption, and I think that's probably our unique advantage.
Yeah, so one-to-many relationship and really have a cash management strategy of any business you speak with, it's like getting in a lot of cash, handling it better, and exactly on the side of like, not every small business is able to buy their building.
Yeah.
You're in large cities, and real estate, I think when we start printing money again, which is probably going to be soon due to the oil shortage, is that real estate's going to go up with that. It's not every town and country, but I think real estate is going to see, with liquidity rising, values go up, and this isn't a strategy everyone can do. Everyone can buy some Bitcoin. That's the nice thing. It's very divisible. It's easy to get into.
Yeah, you don't have to be like our company. You don't have to be people-based. I mean, we work with the Big Four, we work with business accountancy and consulting firms, work with logistics firms, work with construction firms. And there's a construction firm here that's holding over 1,000 Bitcoin, I believe, Giga, in facades. And you're like, right, okay, the capital-intense businesses who manufacture might have more access to capital and more access to cash than the people-based businesses. So they'll find it themselves because they very clearly have in their industry found a lot of it. But you'll see more businesses being able to find ways to do that. And construction company owners naturally understand the effects of currency debasement and inflation and seem to get it very quickly as well. So more industries adopt Bitcoin, the better for Bitcoin and the better for those industries.
Yeah, I mean, I think anyone in construction is facing pressure right now on all the data center development, finding workers in Texas, it's hard. It's really hard to find electricians in some of these places where data center buildouts are getting all this capital from all these like hyperscalers to build out more and more and more compute. But if you're trying to just get an electrician to work on your commercial building, it's not there. So I think more and more of this pressure on how are you spending your cash? How are you keeping up with all this like post-war inflation, hopefully post-war? Scott, taking the next level, what are you excited about this week? What are you excited about doing in Vegas? What is one thing that you're going to do outside of the Bitcoin conference in Vegas? Like race cars, do a Red Bull Air Race type ride? Like, what are you excited about?
The one thing I'm going to do in Vegas outside of the Bitcoin conference and not focused on providing the best value for XC Connecting Excellence Group is get the taxi to the airport. I am here all week and I am focused on work. So I would love to be able to give you a cool answer of what I'll be spending my time doing. But in the evenings, I've got a lot of meals booked in, a lot of time with some great people, and we've got a great team to spend time with as well, who are all here. I think Richard Bywood's here, BJ Selvam's here, Adam Back's arriving
Adam Back's
today
coming on the
as well.
show, I think Tuesday or Wednesday. So,
Cool.
Yeah.
There's a lot of good people here, and there's a lot of good contacts here, so there's a lot of good time to be spent, and there's no better filter for good people and a good time than a Bitcoin conference.
Yeah. Well, I also have to ask we always talk to our audience about what is next on where they should work, what they should build experience in. You're on the recruitment side. What is your advice to someone that's starting their career and what should they go to college? You know, like what's your kind of one piece of advice?
How long have you got? My advice to people who are starting their career is always identify the people who've got the experience of been and done pretty much what you want to do and speak to them directly and gain some time with them and ask them their story, ask them what they did and ask them how they did it. And quite often they will want to spend the time with someone who's enthusiastic about that. Tell them, and then you can start building a relationship with them from there. And then the less textbook answer for people starting their careers now is what we are seeing is a big difference between those who embrace AI, and you mentioned about Claude earlier, and those who don't. And seeing those starting their career using it for probably the not necessarily the most optimal ways of applying for roles and sort of like, putting an application in that looks great. But the reality is if you can use it and help businesses streamline, optimize, and grow as a result of that, then you're going to be in an advantageous position in the early stages of your career within organizations where people have the expertise to deliver, but don't have the expertise and time to become experts in using that to help business going forward.
One thing I would add to that would be one thing I've known as like executives or, Elon Musk has said is he doesn't have patience for people that aren't resourceful. So make sure to use AI to be able to do your backstory, to look in and really research the person when you do reach out to them, when you try to have a conversation with them, and really use all the resources to your advantage to like not waste their time. These are important people. So if you do get that 20 minutes, 30 minutes, to have a conversation, to have like a informal informational interview, for the career side, definitely take advantage, do your research up front. But then on the human side, exactly like you said, make sure you're going to learn the most and you're going to feel it. I think emotionally, if someone's like, hey, here's how I did this. This is how I was successful. Here's all the scary things of I wouldn't, avoid these. These are lessons I learned.
Exactly. What would you do if you were in my situation tends to be the most productive ending to those conversations.
If what I would recommend.
No, I'm saying if somebody's done that, they've got in front of the person we want to get in front of, and they've started to build that relationship and understand what's got them to where they are today without assuming based on what the AI's told them beforehand, if we've done the research, is just ending it with, the likes of what would you do if you were in my situation and this is where you wanted to go. You're going to get good advice and you're going to hopefully get yourself a mentor for the rest of your career.
Yeah. And I'll make that even personal. I think it changes so much because I would absolutely recommend, I don't want to recommend college and we just talked about this, but I would recommend some type of experiences where you're with a community and you make network, you make connections. Maybe that's just doing a startup for 4 years during that, college time. But that is a way where like I got so much benefit out of being at a big 30,000 person college and meeting so many people and networking and like being in it day after day, being out of your hometown. I don't know what that looks like. I don't know what post higher education would look like.
It doesn't matter what career you're in, what industry you're in. There's absolutely no substitute for the ability to network.
Yeah, got to put yourself out there, got to connect with people. And yeah, Scott, we're excited to have you back on. We'll be talking treasury companies. So we're going to be in Bristol in the end of May for the Treasuries Unconference. So we're going to be on your side of the pond. And thanks again for stopping by.
All right, perfect. Look forward to seeing you in Bristol.
Yeah, appreciate it, Scott. And we'll be back in roughly 5 minutes. I think we're going to have our next guest on. Rob, who do we have next? Hector Alvarez from Rhino. So everyone stick around. We'll be back in like 5 minutes, and Hector's going to join us.
everybody. We are streaming live from the floor in Las Vegas at Bitcoin 2026, the biggest Bitcoin conference in the world.
Oh, yeah.
And today I'm very grateful to be joined by none other than Hector Alvaro.
I love it.
COO of Rhino Bitcoin. Hector, how you doing, man?
I'm doing fantastic, Rob. It's so great to finally be doing one of these with you live.
Yes, in person, man. Yeah, we've made a lot of content over the years together. And now you're all over the place. You're making videos, you're on spaces, you're streaming. How does it feel to be a content creator in 2026?
Well, it's interesting because I guess I still don't even see myself as a content creator. I still see myself as an educator, and I still see myself as someone who's just trying to help people understand how to preserve their wealth with better money. And but yeah, I guess I'm in this world now. So
you are in this world. Yeah, no, well, you do have an amazing background in education, and you have translated that into Bitcoin, right? You have taught a lot of people about Bitcoin, its uses, and how it can improve their lives. What is one thing that you are seeing people still misunderstanding about Bitcoin in 2026?
Well, you know, honestly, there are some of the very, very basic fundamentals that I think we as Bitcoiners, if we've been around for a while, we think that some of the things that we know, everybody knows. For example, that you don't have to buy an entire Bitcoin. I still would say a majority of people who I talk to about Bitcoin still feel like, well, I can't get in on that. I'm too late. It's 70 some odd, $80,000. So it's always important to remember that most folks are where you were a month in, 6 months in, and having that patience, having a low time preference as an educator is really important, because otherwise you're going to skip a lot of steps, you're going to make a lot of assumptions, and you're going to leave people behind. So it's the simple things.
Yeah. And do you think that now that we're in 2026 and it's easier than ever to get Bitcoin, buy it, use it, do you think that people still need that basic Austrian economics education? Do they need to go back into the history of money to really get Bitcoin, or is it just so easy now that people can just use it and it's part of life?
Well, I think that is helpful. And I think as people proceed along their journey, they're going to naturally start to ask these questions because they become curious about the flaws in the system that they start seeing. But I do believe it's more effective if you're trying to bring somebody in the door to sort of meet them where they're at. You know, as Dale Carnegie would have said, bait the hook to suit the fish. So if somebody comes from a place, for example, like my family who fled Cuba, right? So when I was talking to my dad about Bitcoin for the first time, I didn't start talking to him about Austrian economics. I said, hey, Dad, you know, when y'all had to leave, you know, when y'all had that house in Cuba and Castro came in, what happened? Well, he said all the houses belonged to him. He's like, well, why is that? Well, because he had control of the property ledger. I'm like, yeah, like, well, that's what Bitcoin is. It's a ledger that nobody can steal from you. Well, he at least understood that. Didn't mean he understood Bitcoin or low time preference or Austrian economics or any of this kind of stuff, but he could connect with that. So I find it more useful to start with some questions, think about the person you're going to be talking to, and see if there's the tiniest little element of relevance to something that they already understand. That's the way to hook them and pull them in the door.
Yeah. Got to meet people where they are,
Yeah.
right? That's the name of the game. And so with Rhino, you've been building this app for a while now,
Yeah.
and it seems as if a lot of things are coming into alignment right now. So explain to people what Rhino Bitcoin is and what it offers that no other app does.
Yeah, so in a short phrase, we're the Bitcoin banking app for everyone. So we let people come in and, of course, you know, buy Bitcoin with US dollars, and they can do that with zero fees. And they can get more sats per dollar than anywhere else. So you're going to get more Bitcoin for your dollar at Rhino than anywhere else. But then we also know people have other needs and need other services aside from just accumulating sats. So sometimes people don't want to sell their Bitcoin because they don't want to trigger a tax event, and they want to borrow against their Bitcoin because there's no taxes, no capital gains in that case. So we offer that on the platform. Some people want to make payments with their Bitcoin, like at this conference. So we allow them to make payments with their Bitcoin. Some folks have friends and family back home that they want to send money back to in Vietnam or the Philippines or Brazil or Mexico. So we allow them to do that because they can do that much faster and cheaper than they can with traditional rails like Western Union or Remitly, et cetera, et cetera. So what we're looking to do is give people the ability to use their Bitcoin for whatever their particular needs are. We have IRA, retirement accounts coming soon. We've got debit and credit cards coming soon. So that way people can live their life on Bitcoin, and they can, you know, automatically and you know, to whatever degree they're able to live on Bitcoin and save in better money.
And talk about that journey of building a Bitcoin business. I mean, it does seem as if a lot of doors have been opened up, of course, in the last 2 years, and being able to tie all these different financial services together. Has it been a battle to get all these things under one roof, under the Rhino roof?
Yeah, I mean, we're a startup company.
Yeah.
The reality is, even after 17 plus years, Bitcoin is still a startup industry. And for a long part of that history, there was active resistance, if you will, from the incumbents, in whether they be political or financial. A lot of resistance to letting Bitcoin take advantage of some of those tools that exist in these traditional fiat systems. So that has been a battle, but that is changing because just as with seashells versus gold, or stones versus other kinds of money, the best money wins. And the money that has the greatest number with the highest integrity of monetary properties, eventually people figure out which technology is superior. And so as more and more people are figuring it out, and more people with more and more influence are realizing that this is something that is going to be necessary for any group or society to flourish in the future, those walls are coming down, those barriers are being removed. And so now it's incumbent on us as companies in the space to educate people about why their lives can be better if they save in this better money.
Yes. And here we are at the largest Bitcoin conference in the world. You've been going to these conferences for many, many years now.
Yes.
And so this is day one, industry day. You've been walking around for the first half of it. How does it feel? What's the vibe? What's your take thus far of Bitcoin 2026?
I mean, I love it. This team has been doing this conference for a while as well. And just as, we all get better when we do something the second time versus the first time, the 10th time versus the 9th time. The team at BTC Inc. just does an incredible job. I was just walking around earlier today, and this is industry day where it's a certain subset of folks who tend to come who have specific reasons why they might be here. But I paused just for a minute saying, wow, when I went to the conference in 2021, which was my first conference in Miami, there were fewer people. There were fewer people in the general days as there are here now for industry day. There were maybe 2,000 people at that conference, and there's many times that number of people here just today. So it's sort of like we say with Bitcoin itself. If you zoom out, you lower your time preference, what you ultimately see is up and to the right, whether that's the Bitcoin price, the hash rate, the number of folks on the network, or Bitcoin conferences.
Yeah. Well, let's zoom out a little bit. 2024 was like the presidential one, right? We had Trump there. So that was the big theme. Last year was Bitcoin treasury companies. That was the big theme last year. What do you think is the general theme this year? Is there one that's not spoken but is here in the room with us?
What I find interesting about this conference is the fact that there's still so much interest, and the interest keeps growing, even though in my opinion, there is not necessarily this immediate, urgent, topic that is in the zeitgeist that is making people come here. I in a way, I almost prefer that. Maybe it's the fact that price is a little suppressed and everybody gets excited when the price is up. So maybe but people are still here and they're still coming because they're realizing more and more that, hey, this thing is entering our society. People are understanding that this is a better tool to accomplish the things that they want to do, and it draws them here. So it'll be incredible to see whenever the next hot thing that comes around in the space. But right now, I just think it's about, people realize it's just a better tool.
Yeah. And we've won a lot in the last 2 years, right? I mean, Bitcoin has really entered into a new stratosphere, I believe, in the public consciousness. And now we're reaping those benefits. But it's as a sort of revolutionary movement, you need to keep that edge, right? You need to maintain that fire within us because the job isn't done yet. We still have more work to do. What do you think is the number one way that Bitcoiners can go out there and improve Bitcoin standing in the world on their own right now?
Talk to the people start with your circle of trust, right? Move on to your circle of influence, right? Whether that's coworkers or people in your third spaces that you happen to go to, your church, your pickleball league, whatever it happens to be, and then continue to move out to your circle of awareness and your circle of interest, right? Start with who you know and what you know, and then expand that out as it is. In my opinion, education is everybody's job in Bitcoin. If you are a Bitcoiner, that means that you are automatically in the top 1% of everybody who you know in terms of your knowledge of Bitcoin. So continue to educate yourself, understand the trends that are happening in the space, and be able to talk about those trends, even the ones that maybe you don't necessarily love, because people are going to come to you little by little in increasing numbers. And if you can give them solid, honest, useful, balanced information, then they're going to listen little by little. I have folks who years ago would just be like, Hector, enough with the Bitcoin stuff. And then all of a sudden, hey, what does this mean? I don't understand. Like, what's the difference between, an ETF and what you guys sell at Rhino? So you have to be there and you have to be ready. It's sort of, when the student is ready, the teacher will appear.
Yeah.
You have to be prepared to appear.
Yeah. And you've done a lot of work in education, and you work with My First Bitcoin.
Yep.
An amazing group. And one of the projects you help work on is Bitcoin for organizations,
Yep.
right? And so you study yourself, you start with your circle of trust, the people who know you very well, your friends, your family, and then you start to orange pill the organizations that you're a part of, like your pickleball group and whatnot.
Yeah.
So when it comes to working with organizations, who do you reach out to? What's the first step people should do to start orange pilling the groups that they're in?
Well, again, it's really not different than it is with individuals. We think of groups, and especially large groups like whole communities or entire, nations. We think of them as this sort of monolith, this, kind of abstract, blob of beliefs. And the reality is any group, no matter how small or large, is just a collection of individuals. And those individuals have challenges that they're trying to face. So groups might have a set of collective challenges. So what is the mission of your group? What are the things that they're struggling with? What are the challenges that they face? Which of those challenges are tied to issues related to money and needing better money? And then again, meet them where they are. So educate where start with the pain point, then you can draw them back, whether that's one person or 100 people. I think the approach is the same.
And this week you will be speaking on stage. What is the topic of your talk?
I felt really honored. This is my first time that I'll be speaking, at the conference. And I'm on a panel about the ethics of money production.
Okay.
With Guido from the Mises Institute, with Ovik Roy from Strive, with James Paulson. It's going to be a fun time.
Cool. Yeah. How'd you get picked with that group?
You know what? I was lucky. I think so. Somebody was a former student of mine who now works for BTC Mag. Madeline, shout out Madeline. I think she saw this panel and felt that some of the things that we had discussed in our courses and in our coursework previously made sense for me to be a participant in that panel. And they asked, and I of course said yes.
Cool. And what other than your own talk are you excited for at this conference?
I'm excited to meet. There's a lot of new companies in the space that continue to offer broader and broader sets of financial services, and I love to see that. So seeing the new players in the space, understanding what their focus is, what their mission is, that's what I'm excited about. And of course I'm always excited to hear some of the in my opinion, like the folks who sort of brought me up in the space, whether that's Michael Saylor, whether that's Jeff Booth, whether that's whoever it happens to be. Even if I've heard them on 100 podcasts, even if I've seen them do a whole bunch of streams, and I there's something about listening to people, being in a room and feeling the vibe when that information is communicated that is special and unique.
Absolutely. And we are in Las Vegas, the entertainment capital of the world, some might say. Do you have any hidden tips about Las Vegas? Any restaurants you like or things you like to do in the city?
So I have been here a handful of times, but I am certainly not a Vegas maven. So I don't know that I have a lot of alpha to offer on Vegas. What I would probably say, because I'm pretty conservative and I'm a Bitcoin only guy, is I would say maybe a little less at the craps table, maybe buy a few more sats on Rhino.
There you go.
You're gonna be better off, in my opinion.
Nice. And for people who are new to the space and orange pilling new people, why do you think Rhino is a good tool to help them learn about Bitcoin?
Well, for a couple reasons. Number one, it's really easy to get started. You can get set up on Rhino in just a couple of minutes. In fact, you can start using some of Rhino's capabilities and features before you even sign up for Rhino. So for example, we're running a promotion right now called Sats Drop. You can just go to drop.rhinobitcoin.com and go to that site. You can drop a little Plinko chip, that drops down, and people can win 100 sats, 1,000 sats, 100,000 sats, which is a pretty good chunk of change. And they can win that, and then they can immediately just claim that right in their Rhino wallet. you can download the Rhino wallet and you can get, Bitcoin for beginners. We have an entire course of it. It helps people understand why, the history of money, all the things you talked about before, why Bitcoin matters, why Bitcoin is better, how mining works, all the basics for maybe somebody who's just trying to get onboarded at a beginner level. We have a dedicated course for women, right? Bitcoin for women. I've always felt that as an industry, we could do a better job of really communicating with women in the space in a more purposeful way, in language that makes sense. And so we've got, an incredible creator named Sanjna Mehta, who's been working with us to develop that course for women over the last 6 months. And that's available live in the app. So that's why I think Rhino is a great place to start, is because you don't have to start with, hey, go here and buy Bitcoin. You can start with, go here and win your first sats for free. Go here and learn a little bit about Bitcoin. And then when you're ready to buy, well, we can help you with that too.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to close out the conversation on some of the pressing topics that are happening in Bitcoin today. So this last week, we saw the Q Prize by Project 11. They said that they have gone further than anyone else in cracking Bitcoin's cryptography. But when you look behind the hood, it turns out that same progress could have been done just by brute force, right? By a classical computer using a random number generator.
Yes.
How much weight do you put into quantum? And is this something you need to explain to new people now that we're in this era?
Yeah, so I do think it's important for people to understand, because that is the hot FUD, right? Now, I do think that quantum's a little bit different from traditional FUD, like, Bitcoin's boiling the oceans and it's only for criminals and that kind of stuff, which is just completely preposterous. I do think that the quantum FUD, I think that's the reason why it's powerful and why it's likely to be sticky, is because there is a grain of truth in it, right? It is a potential threat that's on the horizon. And so I think it is useful to have a basic education and understanding, hey, it could be a thing. Maybe it's in 5 years, maybe it's in 10, maybe it's in 100. We're not really sure. It's not an immediate threat today, but here's what could happen. Here's how it's being prepared for. Here's how the community, especially the developer community, is proposing potential solutions for it. And so that people understand that, oh, okay, this is not a complete blindside thing that nobody understands when it could happen or how it could happen. And it is being worked on. I think that can give folks confidence that, oh, okay, it's not a thing that I have to worry about 5 minutes after I buy my sat, somebody's going to drain my wallet. But yes, it was interesting that when you get the rest of the story, as Paul Harvey would say, it wasn't quite as dire or quite as immediate of a threat as, the folks who maybe had an economic interest in that being more of a threat so that they could sell their particular product, led us to believe.
Yeah, absolutely. To close out the conversation, I'd like to ask you, what is the number one thing Bitcoin has given to you?
Boy, that's interesting, because it's given a lot. I would say maybe hope, and maybe not only hope for myself, because I've been, fairly lucky that, live a, nice middle-class lifestyle and that sort of thing. But when I look at my kids who are sort of college age, and when I look at friends who have younger kids, and I think of, the place that we are right now in our fiat system and how much of the future of the next generation we're required to steal from them because of the way that we manage our finances currently as a nation and as a planet, I'm concerned, and I was concerned, and I could see, maybe them not being able to keep their head above water for the next 40 or 50 years, given where we are. And Bitcoin is a way for me to be able to, with confidence, help them say, listen, you're busting your butt right now. You're saving your time and energy for the future, whether that's the vacation, the retirement, the home, the family. And you know what? This is a tool that you can trust, right? You don't have to worry about somebody taking your future away little by little. It's going to be there for you because Bitcoin's about rules and not rulers. So, that's probably the thing. It gives me the peace of mind to think that my kids and their kids and subsequent generations are going to have an opportunity to maybe clean up the mess that we've made over the last 15 years.
Yes, it does seem as if we are in quite the quagmire here, and Bitcoin is the hope that we've been looking for, in all these years. So I really appreciate your time, Hector.
Yeah.
I wish you great luck on stage later this week.
Thanks.
And you're going to hear a lot more about Rhino and everything that you guys got going on weeks and months ahead.
Fantastic. Thanks so much, Rob.
Cheers.
Zach, we are live here in Las Vegas. I have my co-host Halston Valencia here. We have Jeff Walton, Chief Risk Officer at Strive, also ASST. As you guys know, we've had Jeff on the podcast. We've had Matt Cole on the podcast. We had an event with him in Hong Kong. We're excited to be here. Jeff, how are you?
It's exciting time to be working in Bitcoin. A lot of energy, building.
Oh, yeah.
The price of Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Definitely. Same thing. I'm stoked to be here. First Bitcoin conference. And yeah, it's definitely been surreal. Just the energy's great and excited to meet all the people that you interact with online. It's just so fun. So like,
Real life.
yeah, in real
We
life.
are real people.
Yes. It's like you exist.
Real people. And so we're excited. You guys have an event tomorrow, True North event, Tuesday night. Let's get close to this mic. And what we're excited about is sitting down right now. Seda, tell us a little bit. So first, we'll preface a little bit. You tell us about Stretch. Just give the audience that doesn't know about Stretch
Yeah.
a high-level overview. And then we're going to let Jeff tell us a little bit about how Strive has a very similar Stretch-like product.
Yeah. So Stretch is a perpetual preferred offered by Strategy, largest public company holding the most amount of Bitcoin. What are they, like 813? They're on track to buy 1 million Bitcoin, I would say. Paid monthly dividends. And yeah, just definitely talk about that later. But that's Stretch. It's been there with the retail investors and lots of the older folks. I think it's definitely going to swallow the fixed income markets. Same thing with Seda. And yeah, now there's been a little bit of controversies and people trying to defend one or the other, but I think they're both great and they both work very well together. So yeah, let's hear about Seda.
Yeah, I think they're very complementary products. So I guess if you're unfamiliar, perpetual preferred equity is a security that's in a capital. So you think about capital structure, you have debt, preferred equity, and equity. Equity being the most junior, debt being the senior. Preferred is effectively like a hybrid. And so what's really fascinating about these, they're creating a low volatility exposure to Bitcoin and exceptionally high yield relative to other instruments, other securities that are on the market. I think HYG, the high yield bond fund that exists in the market, is paying around 6%, 7% yield. So you think you get significantly more yield than other instruments that are out there. So it's fascinating. Stretch is definitely the leader, right?
Yeah.
The Strategy launched these perpetual preferred equities. Stretch is the last one that they've launched, and it's now, I think, 9 months old. We launched one 3 months after they did. SATA, perpetual preferred equity instrument. It's nearly the exact same design. The only primary differences are, one, our balance sheet is significantly smaller. The amount of outstanding that we have is significantly smaller. But we have very little debt that is senior to this instrument on our balance sheet. We have $10 million of senior debt on our balance sheet. That equates to under 1% leverage rate. So
Wow.
It's about 80 basis points of leverage on our balance sheet. So relative to Strategy's Stretch, Seda sits senior. We don't have any senior instruments that are more senior than Stretch. And we don't have anything that's junior below it. We only have one instrument, and so it's a very clean and pure expression. And this is the capital structure that Strategy actually wants to get to 2029. In 2029, Strategy has $8 billion of convertible debt sitting senior on their balance sheet, and that has to clear out before there's an equity-only balance sheet. So we think that we've got a very clean story, a very clean expression of the balance sheet, and we're at the forefront of what's happening in the preferred equity. So I think there's a lot of innovation that can happen on top of these things, and we're already starting to see it in the tokenized equity world, and using these instruments as collateral. And we can talk about where this could go in the future, but I think the economy can be completely redesigned around these instruments. Very similar to how the economy was designed around treasuries. Thinking about treasuries as collateral, you can start to imagine a world where digital credit is collateral.
Yeah.
It's backed by the strongest asset on the planet. It's backed by over collateralized balance sheets that aren't rehypothecated, and a very calculable financial structure. So I really love these instruments. They are bringing in elements of traditional finance into the Bitcoin world. And like while many people think this is crazy or too much, all of these elements already exist in the existing financial world.
Yeah.
The pieces have just been put together in an elegant way using Bitcoin as the underlying asset.
Yeah.
So that a concept of tranching out risk on your balance sheet, there are several companies that do this for real estate. There are several companies that do this for other types of real world assets, oil, gas, natural gas, etc. So
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, it's an exciting time. It's an exciting future.
Yeah, super exciting. Thanks for sharing that. I mean, I think sometimes I'll post about SATA and I'll get comments to say, "Oh, Stretch is significantly better. SATA has so much more risk." Talk to me about that. You kind of just answered that, but yeah.
Yeah. So a lot of people are trying to wrap their head around, it's like, how do I think about risk? It's a challenging question to answer. It's a function of the underlying security of the instrument on the balance sheet. So you think about what is risk? Like, is risk my ability to continue to pay out this equity instrument in the future? There's no principal maturity on preferred equity.
Yeah.
So if I have a preferred equity only balance sheet, I never have a cliff maturity where there's a huge slug of capital that needs to be paid back at any point in time. That equity capital that came on the balance sheet is now permanent capital. So for us, how we view the world is our obligation to pay the dividends. That's the primary risk profile. Right now, I think we've got, at Bitcoin prices as of today, I think we've got about 20 years of Bitcoin sitting on our balance sheet to pay that dividend in the future. Plus, we have 12 months of cash reserve and 6 months plus of STRC reserve on our balance sheet. So we think about like risk profile of these two instruments. How do you compare them? The mathematical risk of these instruments, you can use a credit default swap model, which is just a complicated way of looking at the mathematical probability of being able to pay the credit instrument into perpetuity. And if you look at the math, there's two risk curves. And the risk curves actually flatten out very substantially when the instruments become very over collateralized. So Strategy's instrument is about 4x over collateralized. Our instrument is about, I think, 2.5x over collateralized. And you look at the mathematical risk profiles, and if you're comparing tail risk to tail risk, the mathematical risk profiles are on the flat part of the curve. They're actually very close to each other.
Yeah.
Now, if that coverage ratio of the amount of Bitcoin that you held on your balance sheet starts to dwindle, then that moves a little bit further up on the curve. So there's a broad misunderstanding of risk profile between these instruments. I think, despite us being smaller, the risk profile is actually very similar.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, you could make an argument that it is a potentially safer instrument because there is no debt. Like, we don't have a debt maturity obligation coming due.
Right.
And the strategy has $8 billion of those instruments that they need to figure out what to do with.
Yeah.
It's not a bad thing.
Yeah.
But they need to figure out, like, do I refinance
Yeah.
it? Do I sell STRC to replace it? They have to make a decision. That is a decision that we don't have on the horizon.
Yeah.
So we have a little bit of more higher ability to kind of innovate on the front. Another question that comes up is amplification. So amplification is this term that's now come out and developed. Thanks to Strategy leading the way on this. You think about leverage. Like, what is leverage? Debt is historically been a function of the leverage. Now the fact that you have this equity, it's financial leverage, but it's not really true leverage because it's not debt. So amplification ratio, how high can you push an amplification? I think that's another big question that's come up. And so I think, for example, our company's around 41% amplification ratio. That means our notional outstanding relative to the Bitcoin on our balance sheet is 41%. You look at historical financial companies and how they operate, and their leverage ratio is significantly higher. You'll go look at an insurance company, their financial leverage may be 10x over and above what their actual balance sheet size is. So, for example, insurance companies, they bring in around 2 to 3 times the amount of premium relative to surplus capital that they have in the balance sheet. So they're about 200 to 300% leverage on the premium side. that means the actual nominal exposure that they have on that tiny balance sheet, maybe 10x, maybe 15, 20. So taking some of those elements of understanding the financial, we can start to think about what is a mathematical limit on amplification before this business model starts to come into question. And I think it's actually multiple of what we are seeing right now. A lot of people think it's risky right now at 41% amplification, but I think mathematically you can start to see a relative similarity of risk profile at around 100 to 150. Not saying that we're going to go that way, and not saying that the market will let us go that way, but when you start to think about the mathematical risk profile underwriting the entire ecosystem, there's a lot of headroom to grow these.
Speaking of a lot of instruments, we were here last year, and you had Strike. Did we have STRE at that time?
No, definitely not.
We didn't have time. So Sailor's message changed every time. We talked about that with Natalie. This, we kicked off today.
Yeah.
Sailor changes his message every time. Do you feel that he felt like there was too many products, that too many people were trying to digest at once in a new concept? I get why you want to personalize all these products for different levels, but would you feel like coming into this conference and what we've seen out of strategy in the past, 3 to 4 months has been really, hey, let's just focus on stretch.
Yeah.
It's the easier, first apple to bite into before trying to get all of these highly customized products that they fit different profiles. Is that the message you think you're going to see from him this week? Is that why you guys just stick to SATA to start?
Well, Stretch has got a great product market fit, and so does SATA. SATA's got a great product market fit. You look at the IPOs of all of those instruments, each one got progressively larger. And Stretch, I think the IPO on Stretch was $2.5 billion. They went out to market with 500 million. I think they ended up getting 2.5 billion, significantly oversubscribed. And now we've seen them raise 2 billion plus in a week on the ATM with this structure. So the market demand is there. I think the other products are brilliant. They will have their time in the sun. I guarantee you they will have their time in the sun. They're probably just a little bit early on the innovation front.
Yeah.
So, but the Stretch product is so easily digestible. It's designed to be a stable instrument, and they've effectively created a money printer to bring in credit like capital in the door for the Bitcoin ecosystem. So I don't think the message is going to change. I think they're going to lean into Stretch and the Stretch ecosystem, just like we're leaning into SATA and the SATA ecosystem. I think those two products can coexist. They've got different risk profiles, risk return metrics. They've got different issuers. Having multiple issuers in the space impacts, now you can have ETF products that are wrapping it around. Now you've got diversification.
Yeah.
All right. So that looks better from a rating agency's perspective. The products historically have had offsetting record dates. So you can get one payment on the first, one payment on the 15th. Strategy's announced that they have expected to move to semi-monthly payments, to have one on the first, one on the 15th. We can also potentially make that move as well. So you've got multiple, potentially up to weekly payments. And I think there's a lot of innovation on that front. And I think the product is just so good that it could be built on. It could be built on top of. There's so much excess yield relative to the private credit industry or the high yield market. And it's so transparent that you can build an entire ecosystem on top of.
Yeah. We had Sam Callahan on this morning, and we were talking about Stretch and SATA as well. And I was talking about how I'm trying to explain these products to a lot of the people I went to business school with, and they just don't get it. It's either they don't get it or they argue with me. Strategy's a Ponzi, Bitcoin's a Ponzi. And what we came down to is, fundamentally, if you don't believe in Bitcoin's thesis and that it will outperform the 11.5%, the 13%, you're never going to understand the product. How do you explain? You disagree. How do you explain these products to, say, a Wall Street guy, a traditional finance guy who just doesn't seem to get it?
So underwriting Bitcoin is difficult because you need to underwrite this entire ecosystem. Everything we see here is you need to underwrite miners, you need to underwrite all the people that are buying it, the ETFs, how do you hold it? It's complicated. And now by wrapping it up and putting it into a different wrapper that sits senior on a balance sheet, the onus goes from 100% underwriting Bitcoin to now I need to underwrite the issuer and their credibility and their credit quality.
Yeah.
And maybe I need to understand Bitcoin 20%, and I need to understand the issuer 80%. You just need to understand the financial structure. Like our company is designed to take the risk.
Right.
Like we are the professionals
Yeah.
that are underwriting Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Like,
You guys stomach the volatility.
we stomach the volatility that nobody else wants to do, and we do it on our balance sheet. So
Right.
that's how we communicate it, is that we de-risk the instruments by putting them senior into our balance sheet.
Yeah.
And we are underwriting the forward future looking risk, and equity is a result of that.
How has the response been when you communicate that message?
It's been pretty fantastic, honestly. I mean, since our launch, we IPO'd. I think we raised about $200 million in the IPO. Then we did a following on offering at $225 million. Raised $20 million on the instrument last week, ATMing the product for the first time, which is big for us.
Yeah.
And that interest continues to accelerate. And just looking today, the instrument is traded with an 8-penny spread. It traded between 99.92 and 99.99, and I think briefly touched 100. So it's working. We are seeing it work. We are seeing arbitrage happening in the ecosystem, which has been fascinating to see. But the message is actually surprisingly easy to get across. We are doing financial engineering, which is common in many other places in the market.
Yeah.
So for you guys, for those that aren't aware, Vivek Ramaswamy was started Strive.
Yep.
And part of the original thesis, and you guys coming into the Bitcoin spaces, we're an asset manager. We have a lot of experience. Matt Cole, CEO, has worked at CalPERS.
Yep.
And so knows how to build a good portfolio. It's always curious though, what are you guys looking at? Like, what are these certain businesses that you're looking at?
Yeah.
Because we see the outgoing product, we see what you're doing in the capital markets.
Yeah.
But what are you looking at from like a business perspective? What you might acquire as an asset?
Yeah. So obviously, acquiring the asset, it's Bitcoin. Like, Bitcoin is our hurdle rate.
Yeah.
We have a whole podcast dedicated to it.
Yeah.
The hurdle rate podcast. But you bring up a really good point that I definitely want to hit on. We are a finance company, an asset manager that was turned into a Bitcoin company. That's very different than Bitcoiners who had a bunch of Bitcoin and turned into a finance company.
Right.
Those are very different things. So we have $2.7 billion of assets under management on our 13 ETFs in our product suite. So we've got an entire distribution channel of people that are selling those ETFs. And on top of that, we've got an entire team that is dedicated to operating in financial capital markets. So many people don't see, like, we don't just tweet all day. We actually have people that are in the capital markets, like helping us navigate and talking to bankers, getting in front of RIAs and communicating within the market and developing our product into the future. So I think that's a distinct advantage that is very underappreciated at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
And it was one of the initial things that drove me to Strive, is that they spoke my language. I left the reinsurance world. I wanted to go work with people in finance, and everybody at the company speaks finance, which is very fascinating. Now, the future, you're thinking about, like, how does this evolve? We've been putting a lot of energy and effort into thinking through this, because ultimately we want to drive as much demand as possible to the digital credit instrument. Like, that is our product.
Yeah.
It's Strategy's iPhone. It's our Samsung Galaxy, right? Very similar products.
Yeah.
So we want to drive demand there. Now, how do you unlock demand? What we've noticed is that a majority of Stretch so far has been like 80% retail. I think State is very similar. And so how do we bring in institutional capital? Aside from having a track record of 3 years, like, how do you start to bring in institutional capital? Well, you need to put those instruments in a wrapper that they can understand.
Yeah.
So right now they're in a perpetual form. That means there is no end date. There is no principal maturity. And that's difficult for some traditional capital allocators to wrap their heads around. So we're thinking about, okay, can you take the digital credit instrument and put it into a different structure and put maybe a term limit on it and protect it with some subordination, like an equity tranche? Effectively the same thing we do with Bitcoin, and we put it into 2 tranches, digital credit and amplified Bitcoin. Can we take digital credit and do the same thing? And can you make a senior tranche of digital credit, let's call it investment grade digital credit, and then a junior tranche of amplified digital credit? You do the same thing. Take the risk return off that the investment grade, investors can't stomach, and shove that into the equity product. That'd be very attractive. I think there's unlimited demand for amplified digital credit. I think this is a $50 to $100 billion business idea that we're just hoping somebody just picks up and runs with it. Why does this work? in that design and that structure, you can put a term limit on the seniority in the capital structure. You can create a debt instrument. So you take this beautifully elegant perpetual and you almost make it a little bit worse, and it actually allows you to interface within the traditional financial markets. The rating agencies would be interested in this because, one, you could put a debt maturity on it. Two, you're going to protect it by equity capital that's taking first dollar loss. And three, you could even plug in a reinsurance layer that puts a buffer of loss from a diversified capital source that's completely outside of the Bitcoin ecosystem into the instrument. So I think the business model for this is enormous. I think there's unlimited demand for amplified digital credit. I think there's unlimited demand for investment grade digital credit. It's effectively taking the private credit ecosystem and building a new private digital credit market. That's fascinating because you could take what was a historically opaque, crappy risk. You can now make it a very transparent, very calculable, even tradable risk. And I think that is, if you're talking about the most amount of capital coming in the door with the least amount of people, that is probably the best idea, aside from like strategies, getting a bank to put digital credit on the balance sheet and offer an 8% interest savings account to everybody.
Yeah.
I think those two ideas are very similar, very human capital light, capital heavy with massive distribution channels.
So on the retail side,
Yeah.
I think even, I mean, it totally makes sense why from an asset manager, that would be, you know, an incredible opportunity. But I see from the retail side, I think Robinhood, eToro, we just spoke with Andrew McCormick, is coming on the guest, I think, show twice. I think having those balances sitting there and having the option to easily select, you know, stretch or
Cash
save,
sweep.
and having the cash sweep instead of going a money market fund, having it go into these products. Because if the main risk is just the risk of Bitcoin in general, well, I'm already on Robinhood. I'm already on this like
Right.
Gen Z, not Gen Z, it was like, you know,
You said
millennial
Gen Z,
and Gen Z app of where the future of finance is going and
Yeah.
everything's super integrated. Coinbase is obviously trying to be very integrated as well. It's like they should give people the option to choose a money market.
Yeah.
To
Right.
have optionality with money market that you're like parking into.
Yeah.
Well, that's a great net interest margin that you're getting right there. And it's not doing anything crazy that we haven't already done.
Yeah.
Right.
As the dividend payment dates compress, a lot of those ideas can have their time in the sun. So prediction markets.
Yeah.
Let's just say you took a month-long prediction market. Like, what's your capital doing?
Yeah.
Right.
How does that change the probability of your outcome? That should be a win-win for both sides.
Yeah.
Right. Like the capital is active while it's sitting there for a month long. I think that cash sweep concept is very fascinating. Small businesses, if you're thinking about runway of how long your company can sustain. We just had somebody announce this morning, I think it's Altera Pet. They added SATA to their balance sheet, and they've talked about how it's extending their runway. Every 10 months, it extends their runway by a month. That's fascinating. If you're like a business that's struggling to get by, that's a really unique use case to extend runway. And you can think about it, small business makes sense. The same thing happens for your personal life, right? If you've got like 6 months of emergency fund and or you're holding capital for a down payment on a house or something, it's like, where do you put it
Right.
when you're holding money? I had this issue when I was trying to buy a house when I was much younger. I was like, I want it to be active. I'm not ready to buy a house yet, but I don't want to put it in the S&P 500 in case the president says that he's going to wipe off civilization off the planet. You know, oh my God, I can't take that risk. So, but there just hasn't been a great alternative where you can, slightly improve your relative return relative to inflation. So now this provides a new, interesting alternative to like medium duration capital.
Yeah, completely agree. And I think that's something I've tried to talk a lot about online is like this idea of like the capital stack, right? Like I feel like so many people in this space, maybe I'm just in an echo chamber, but a lot of Bitcoiners are completely against that. And it's like, well, that makes no sense. And just turned 24. It makes no sense for me to be selling my like hardest asset I have for what? Like it just makes so much more sense to, see Bitcoin as long-term savings, you stretch SATA as, like your 6-month short-term capital and anything else as, leverage, MSTR, ASST. And so what do you have to say to the Bitcoiners specifically who are against this idea?
It's
I
just
feel like I deal with that a lot.
it's a volatility and duration mismatch argument. Like the coming from the world of insurance, a large portfolio of liabilities has a duration curve. And so depending on that duration curve, I will have different assets matched to different points in time on the duration curve. So short term, if I know that I've got certain liabilities in a year, I'm going to match year-long duration assets.
Right.
2 years, I'm going to match 2 year. 3 year, I'm going to match 3 year. And I do that all the way throughout the curve. And so the longer that your duration horizon is, the more willing you are to accept volatility.
Right.
So I would argue that you brought up MSTR, ASST. Those are beta on top of Bitcoin. So you're talking more volatile than Bitcoin. Those should be even further out than Bitcoin. That should be a further deeper in the capital stack. And then you've got Bitcoin and then the low volatility instruments as they are you've got a different duration horizon. So honestly, it's a philosophy on money management. Like this is something that's existed forever. It's just a matter of managing how you want to live your life. If some people want to take the volatility on the forehead and have Bitcoin drop 40% and use that to pay their mortgage, go for
Makes
it.
no sense to me, but
I don't personally want to do that. I think these products are really fascinating. They fit. They're bringing in net new capital. And I think a lot of Bitcoiners don't understand that. Like this, historically, a lot of the capital that came into Bitcoin was alternative equity market capital, the people that have long duration horizons, right? And so now the capital that's coming in the door is like moderate duration capital and short duration capital. That is a completely new spigot that's opened up of money that's coming in the door to shove into Bitcoin. Bitcoiners should rejoice.
Right.
This is net new money that's coming in the door that never would have bought Bitcoin.
Right.
These people, like bond managers, cannot go outside of their mandate and put Bitcoin on their balance sheet, even if they wanted to. You have to buy bonds. You are a bond guy. You run a bond ETF. You have to buy bonds. Okay. So like the bond guy can't buy perpetual preferreds either. So can we wrap up the perpetual preferred into a bond that the bond guy could buy? So it's like, I use it. I try to explain it as this term of like fishing. If you're trying to fish for like a fish that lives at the top of the water, like a marlin or a mahi, you don't drop your hook down to the bottom of the ocean and try to catch. It's like you're fishing for the wrong thing. Like the mahi is never going to go down to the bottom of the ocean and go pick up your hook. Like it's not.
That's a great analogy.
Like you have to put the hooks at where people are at, and everybody is at a different point. Like
completely agree.
So with our show, at least during the week, so we do markets on Tuesday. Avi has a lot of experience, at least on talking to different CEOs about traditional stocks and equities in the United States. And you guys started True North talking about MSTR and the conviction and like this guy's buying Bitcoin. I want to go all in on that stock. A week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, we had Sniper, who's our Tuesday co-host on the option side, and we were buying up strategy calls. And so I bought like Strategy Weeklies did really well. And so we were happy for our audience that we were guiding him in the right direction. When's the last time you bought a strategy call? And are you even able to, or is your wife saying you're way too over indexed and working in the industry?
I feel comfortable where I'm at right now.
Okay.
I converted a lot of my call options that I had into shares. I exercised them. So I feel very comfortable where I'm at. I don't need any excess leverage. I mean, I'm leveraged 100% of my time and energy into the space as well. So I'm here for the mission. I have enough. I'm here for the mission now. Like I'm ready to change the world.
You're leaving it to Dan Hillary.
Yeah. Dan can run the YOLO call options. I like them, but I do look at them occasionally. But the mission's bigger at this point. Like, I don't have the time to really quantify or play around in the options chain and like analyze it. I am more laser focused in my career today than I've ever been in my entire life, because these instruments are truly going to change how people interact with money I can see 6 months ahead, and it's very bright. The future is very bright, and I'm excited about it.
We're bullish.
We're super bullish.
I'm super bullish.
Yeah.
So Jeff, really appreciate having you on.
Yeah,
I
thanks for
think
having me.
we want to keep doing some stuff on SATA. We see a new stretch tracker every day on the timeline, and we make jokes about it. But now we honestly need
I
to
think
do
there needs to be a SATA tracker.
more. There needs to be
Yeah.
more SATA trackers. We might have to do it for you.
Yeah.
And get some more love.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
the timeline.
We could use it. We could use it.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
All right. So Jeff, we'll see you around the conference. True
Cool.
North event is tomorrow night.
Yeah.
night,
We'll be
Tuesday night.
there.
And then
You'll be there.
Are you speaking?
At the event?
Yeah.
No, I'll just be around shaking hands.
Yeah.
We'll be
Nice.
talking.
Yeah.
For the people.
Yeah, for the
Yeah.
people. Exactly.
Amazing.
Cool.
Looking
Thanks
forward
for
to
having
it.
me.
Thanks for joining.
Yeah.
Welcome back to day one of the Bitcoin conference. I'm here with Connor Chepnick from Swan Bitcoin, but we're not even going to touch too much on Swan today. I want to hear all about his vibe coding. You're also the ambassador for, what is it, the Bitcoin ambassador? Your title over at Swan.
Oh, Bitcoin adoption specialist.
Adoption specialist. So just a quick background for those that may not know you. Like so how'd you get into Bitcoin? You started, at Swan, or were you a Bitcoiner beforehand, or?
Yeah, so I've been there for 2 years. I remember 2017, the crazy run up, a buddy got me into it. Watched a documentary called Banking on Bitcoin. Remember thinking to myself, it's so weird that the whole thing was about currency that's decentralized, doesn't require any third parties, and yet here I am having to download Coinbase to buy it.
Yeah.
I was in college. Instead of going down the rabbit hole, I was like, whatever, I'll just buy it. And obviously watched it rip up and then come back down. And then really what sent me down the rabbit hole was 2020 when I got that stimulus check in the mail. As nice as it was to receive $1,200 free dollars, I realized there's something deeply wrong with this. This is going to have terrible consequences. And remember Bitcoin, and I kind of been in it, but that's when I seriously.
Did you buy Bitcoin with the 1,200?
Some. I wish I had done all of it in hindsight, obviously, but
I'm also class of 2017. I found it from going to not Prague. I was in Lisbon, and I had a bunch of friends that started talking about it. Everyone's like the Beanie Baby conversation. They're like, "What is this? Fake money?" I'm in. It's like one of those things where I was like, "All right, I'm in." And you are a big vibe coder.
Yes.
So AI, and this is the route that we've chosen to take too. We're based in Bitcoin, but we touch on AI, we touch on stocks, because as a human, you're not only focused on one thing specifically, right? You're also interested in AI. There's a lot of crossover that we're seeing too with TradFi as well. So what types of stuff have you, not how did you get into AI? Because everyone can't look outside without hearing the word AI now. But what are you like? I guess what most interested you, and like what have you started to build like via Vibe Code? Anything that you've implemented with Swan that you can share, or just on a personal level?
Yeah, tons of personal apps. If you want to see all the projects, you can go to binmucker.com. That's binmucker.com. Got basically just my own personal vibe coded link tree, all this stuff. Well, I'd say my favorite thing I vibe coded was a game called Rye Racer, ryracer.com. It's essentially just kind of the dream racing car app that I'd want when I was a kid. Loved playing mini clip. So I made that. You can race for free. You can do track mode, and it doesn't go on the leaderboard. But if you want to pay sats, then you can pick your car. You can get a chance to get your, whatever your initials are, get assigned. And then another thing, Bitcoin, I wrote a Bitcoin coloring book. So I got 2 small kids, and my daughter had a coloring book, and it was a banana and a very simple drawing of a banana. And I thought to myself, I should do this for Bitcoin. And so sure enough, used AI to come up with all the images. Wrote like a couple lines for each page, 21 pages naturally.
Amazing. Yeah.
So if you want to download the PDF for free, bitcoincoloring.com. And
I was going to let you show it to sell it on Amazon.
There's also a link on bitcoincoloring.com. So if you want a physical copy and everything, you can also get it on Amazon, but feel free as well. Sats are tight right now. You can download the PDF, print it yourself at home. So either option.
What do you think is the most overrated piece of AI? Like everyone thinks with LLMs, like the vast majority are using it. Hey, clean up this email, right? And they're not using the open claw. They're not getting into like the more complex, right? That you're in. And it's like keeping up with the Joneses. Like I think I'm pretty good with AI amongst my friends. I'm like the AI guy. Then I meet someone like you that's done way more. You meet someone else that's done way more than you. It's hard to keep up. But what do you think's kind of maybe a flash in the pan kind of for AI? And what do you think's maybe underrated today?
Yeah, I think the agentic stuff, and I'll mention too, I feel the same way. I go on Twitter and there's like 10,000 things. It's so hard to sift through the signal and noise.
Yeah.
I do need to set up an OpenClaw or Hermes agent, something that just like reads everything and then gives me the high signal stuff. Probably a good idea. As for the flash in the pan stuff, yeah, I think a lot of people, they don't have the pro version of ChatGPT or Anthropic's Claude, and they ask it something and they're not impressed by it because it hallucinates. But if you're using these things to vibe code, and obviously there's a lot of caveats to push a production app, you got to spend time on it. They're not perfect, but they're just constantly getting better. And one of the things that's impressed me most, and I got 2 young, small children, like I mentioned, and I love making songs for them.
I do that.
I mean, I wish I had these tools in high school so I could have, whatever, I had a history test coming up on the American Revolution, I would have put in every important date and then made an AI song about it and have it on repeat. So I
also did that when I was in high school. I used to do that because it lets you listen. So I recorded the answers and I would be listening in.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry about that, guys. No, that's fascinating. And I do the same thing with songs. That's funny to hear that. The one thing I want to do, so, because I don't love my kid looking at any screens, like let alone a small screen. So I tried to actually, one of my apps that I was going to create was a create your own adventure, for a book. So it'd give you like 3 different options. You're like, all right, what do you want Billy to do next? And then I would use AI to like come up with the next part of the story. So it was really cool because like you can take one book, and I do this with her occasionally. Like I'll be like, all right, let's like read your own book or write your own book. But I want to figure out how to get that either on like, I don't know, some sort of like the Amazon, where it's cleaner, it's not like as bright and flashy. So I got to like figure out some way to make it like a book where it's not as bright. But what have you ever one-shotted an app, like one prompt?
Yeah, I'll say that Rye Racer game. Initially, I was just like, hey, use 3JS and just give me a big HTML file. So to have accept stats and all the stuff and make a leaderboard. Then I hooked it up to a database and did it. But in terms of like the first iteration, it kind of one-shotted the game exactly as I wanted.
Crazy.
One thing I'll say, like, that's been tremendously helpful, and for anyone who hasn't used AI is a little intimidated, I always recommend write out the prompt and then just 3 words, put your prompt, improve this prompt, and then give it to the AI.
That's what I do too. Yeah. I'll even ask. I'm 8-2 right now with the sports betting prompt that I have right now. And I said, you are a Vegas shark. Think of every single thing that you would need. And then I was like, all right, think of even more. And then like put it into one. And it's like pretty good, like accurate data that, probably Vegas casinos and other people have been using for years that we know about. But now you have like more of an edge, it feels like. So it's pretty wild.
Yeah, it's you got to be careful with the AI, because it is just a tool. A hammer you could bash someone's head in, or you could build a house. Same with the AI, and I'm guilty of this. But I try and remind myself, don't outsource all of my thinking to it. Don't just assume it's going to one-shot everything. Really take the time to read its output, do those little things, actually write the prompt myself, because it is tempting sometimes just to have the AI do almost everything. And I find when you work with it as a tool, as a partner, rather than just outsource all your thinking to it, you get much better results.
Seeing the trends in AI, I do the stock show typically. So like I'm a Bitcoiner. When it comes to like in-depth Bitcoin, we bring Robbie Digital on, we bring some of these other guys on. What are you seeing trends from like, I don't know if you trade stocks at all, but like memory's been a huge push the past month, like Micron, SanDisk, the last couple of months, actually it's been crushing it. What's next? There's been like photonics that's been introduced now. And feel free if you're not like a big stock guy, skip this one, but.
No, I'll mention most of the stocks I have are MSTR. I have a little STRC. Obviously, my main holding is Bitcoin and self-custody. Nothing beats that, right?
Yeah.
But, that's just money. That's not really a stock. It's fascinating with the stocks. I do think there are going to be very outsized opportunities. Now I have no idea which stocks to pick. But, everyone keeps saying AI is a bubble. It's all this incestuous funding of the companies and this round thing. But it does, just seeing what these tools can do, I am very curious to see how everything plays out. And I think there's tons of money to be made. I'm very confident that some stocks will outperform Bitcoin in the short term. No, I don't know which ones. That's why most of my holdings are in Bitcoin and self-custody. Another thing, too, is like now there's Google released a model and I have it downloaded on my iPhone and I can turn off the Wi-Fi, I can put it on airplane mode, and I can talk to an LLM. Now, it's not frontier level capability if you pay for ChatGPT or Claude. It's not as good as some of these GPT 5.5 or Opus 4.6, yet it's still pretty good. And one of the things that's going to be interesting to watch play out with these companies is, am I going to continue paying $100 for Claude Code every month if I can download a local model on my Mac that, I might only have 24 gigabytes of RAM now and I can't get a Claude Opus 4.7 or, whatever frontier model, but I could see in a year or two where the models get so good that I can have that living on my machine, not making a call to someone else's server, in which case I'll cancel my Anthropic membership. I won't pay for Claude Code because I'll have it locally. So I say that because on the one hand, like, I don't know if AI is a bubble or not, but I think the stocks have a lot more room to run. Yet I wonder if, it's like the innovator's dilemma, if they're going to.
I think that with the LLM, that's why I've been actually going more picks and shovels, because I think AI is here to stay. The LLMs, though, you saw with Anthropic, like the code leaks, the LLMs can copy each other pretty quickly.
Yeah, they're vibe coding their own production.
Yeah, and now, exactly. And so they're doing that, so like I think LLMs will be commoditized, overall. I think it's going to be that app layer. That's where ChatGPT, I think, could make their comeback, just because they've lost so much ground to Anthropic recently. But I think where I like the app layer that ChatGPT is starting to introduce, and I think people will start to build on top of these, and then maybe they become almost the picks and shovels for the industry from apps perspective.
Yeah, and you look at the data center build outs. I was playing golf yesterday, and one guy works in IT and basically starting up a new company to try and get contracts from Microsoft to help build out some of the wiring in these massive data centers. Yet I do wonder with the edge computers, if basically people running local models. But even then, I imagine there'll still be use cases where people, whether it's an enterprise company or a government, they'll still want that compute for whatever they're doing. So I wouldn't bet against the data centers, but I also do wonder if models get better, if we're going to be able to run them at the edge. And you look at Tesla cars, like, they got chips in them.
Yeah.
Almost everything has chips in it, and they'll be able to run. Like imagine Grok running locally inside your Tesla.
Oh yeah, that's the Internet of Things was a trend about a decade ago. I feel like I was talking about, but it's coming into fruition now. I think with the cars, they're going to become much smarter, especially when you think about Tesla and all these self-driving. And when you don't need to focus on the road, you can focus on everything else, and it'll turn into like a computer system, a dashboard where you can like do your work. I just read a tweet the other day of people are traveling a little bit less by plane. Like this one guy had the vision. I forgot who it was, but he was saying basically like if it's a 4-hour flight or a 4-hour drive, by the time you get to the security, you go on the plane, you get off, you take the Uber, it's about the same time. So he thinks that a lot of people will start like driving with their self-driving cars and they can do their work while they're doing that. So it's interesting. We are at the Bitcoin conference, so can't only talk about AI. The fan base will get upset. What does it mean to be like? I guess like there is no marketing department for Bitcoin, right? But for the companies there are, and the community onboarding and getting people like to believe in it. If you were the CMO of Bitcoin, hard-hitting question here, what do you think we're missing today, and how do we get retail? It feels like retail is kind of falling off. There's been this huge push with institutions. I know microcosm, like through my friends, like they're not as interested in Bitcoin. So how do we bring that back besides, going to 500K and people pay attention again?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think one of the sad realities of life is pain is often the best teacher, and that a lot of people will learn via the painful lesson. In the early days when, learned about Bitcoin, people would ask me, should I buy it? I would so eagerly tell them yes.
Yeah.
And then typically they would buy the Pico top, sell the Pico bottom, and then be even more upset when it ripped way past, their buy to a new all-time high. So nowadays, I always tell people to learn about it, study Bitcoin. It's worth, I'm not going to tell my grandpa to roll his own keys. I might tell him to buy, maybe FBTC, buy ETF or something. But for, the everyday person, I just try and get across the message to study this thing. I deeply believe that, people do study, they'll come to the same conclusions I do if they put in the time. And it's just funny in Bitcoin because it's a paradox where greed is what got me in the door. Everyone wants to make money, and greed is typically not associated with a positive connotation. Yet I find that if you spend 100,000 hours going down the rabbit hole, start to look at Bitcoin as a moral imperative, as something that is going to improve the world, fix so many issues that are downstream of having a small group of people print the dollar, the money the rest of us have to work for. The fact that they don't face an opportunity cost for creating that money out of thin air that we do is wrong, to put it simply. So it's just funny to think about Bitcoin.
Can you explain that further? Because we interviewed Grant Cardone. He's like, Bitcoin's not going to solve everything, and he's like, there's still going to be war, there's still going to be poverty, and thinking about what you just said earlier, it does make sense there would be less war if they actually had to pay for it and they didn't have to, print money out of thin air.
Yeah.
Can you talk a little bit more about that, of like, how does Bitcoin actually solve everything?
Yeah, gladly. And I'll say, I agree with Grant in the sense that Bitcoin is not a panacea for everything. It's not going to fix your marriage per se. It's not going to, make you truly happy. I think it's important to caveat, mention Bitcoin is not it's not the food, it's a menu. Money is not going to provide meaning for your life. Yeah, I kind of think of like, imagine the world as a giant cruise tanker, and you can't just 180 that cruise tanker real fast. But it's, and I know Charlie Munger was a Bitcoin hater, but he had some good quotes, and one of the quotes is, show me the incentive and I'll show you the outcome. In fiat money, funds war. I remember learning, I think this came out in 2017, the FT reported on it, that the Bank of England was fighting right before World War I, and they issued war bonds, and this is kind of the first instance of quantitative easing, printing money out of thin air, and only 1/3 of the public subscribed to the bonds. So in the past, they called it a war chest because when it ran out, you had no money to pay your soldiers, you had to sue for peace, stop fighting. So instead of suing for peace and stopping fighting, what the Bank of England did is they went to their top 2 officials, they gave each of them the remaining 1/3, printed the money out of thin air, gave those loans to the top officials, they bought the remaining 2/3 of the bond. And then it was a huge advantage for the war because if you can print money and the other side can't, you can fund the war indefinitely. And another great book is The Creature from Jekyll Island by G. Edward Griffin. And he just kind of lays out how the Fed was created and all the things that it allowed them to finance that they would have never been able to finance had they not been able to print money from thin air. So back to the tinker analogy, I don't think we're going to 180 the tinker and war is going to be gone and Bitcoin's going to be this panacea. But I very strongly believe that on a Bitcoin standard, war is way more costly. And the incentive is to actually cooperate with people, because in the past, if you go to war, remember weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, and it turned out just to be a bunch of gold. That was the weapon of mass destruction. So we took all that gold. If you went to war in the past and you won the war, you were then able to take the land, the cows, the gold, whatever. with Bitcoin, assuming the nation state has properly secured their keys, there's no guarantee you get that Bitcoin. You know, you might take their land or whatever, but there's no guarantee you actually get their wealth, especially if they hold most of it in Bitcoin.
Well, we're seeing it in real time, right? With Iran, they have a lot, and they, you know, Iranian mining. I don't know the exact numbers off the top of my head, but it was like significantly cheaper to mine Bitcoin there. So we can't take that necessarily, that Bitcoin. With Venezuela, you can kind of take their oil basically. So that it's fascinating, and that's a great answer, because I'm always curious when people say that. And you do take that second layer approach and start thinking of like, okay, like, yeah, if you don't have the money to finance the war, that actually will like minimize some of that, I think. Do we get there ever, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I agree with Grant in the sense that, like, even on a Bitcoin standard, it still have oil. And, you know, I'll say I don't want the war to continue. I hope it stops. And I feel bad for the civilians on both sides, in the military, people dying. And there would still be the oil in the ground and the incentives to go and get that. I just do think on a Bitcoin standard, it really shifts the incentives to, like, we should probably cooperate. And I mean, Tether froze, what was it, 344 million or some amount. So Iran's realizing, oh, what's the one thing they can't confiscate that's neutral money that we should hold? And, you know,
even for it's funny as Bitcoiners, because they were going to take payments for the Strait in Bitcoin, and as a Bitcoiner, you're like, oh, that's pretty cool. That's an interesting use case or an interesting angle, but it's also a big nation state, made big news too, like headlines. I think that people started paying attention more to Bitcoin. What do you think we're still missing to bring retail back? I know I asked that a little bit earlier, but how do we you know, what's your orange pill, you know, tool that you use, or how do you get people to, you know, for those that are watching that think Bitcoin's still play money, you know, how do you bring them on board?
Yeah, I try and, you know, whether it's Moon Wallet, I mean, there's 1,000 wallets, MUUN, but having someone download a Bitcoin wallet, sending them $1 over Lightning in their face when there's no KYC, it just works. And now I know some people might say, you know, Moon's not pure Lightning, it's like a submarine swap on the bottom. But the way Moon is just abstracted away all the complexity, Moon is self-custodial. I don't have to spin up a Lightning node. I don't have to do all these things. Trying to explain that to someone who hasn't studied Bitcoin at all.
Yeah.
They're going to be, you know, their eyes are going to glaze over by the 15-second mark. So I think removing all those UX layers, you know, I recently did a podcast with the guys from ARC, and Alex made the point on their team that he doesn't think layer 2, layer 3, people won't think about it. They'll just download an app and it'll work. And I hope it's more self-custodial apps. I really like the way Moon has done it, and I hold the keys to it. But I think that where you just abstract away all of the complexity, it kind of goes back to the point. I think pain is the best teacher. You know, pain is what's going to push a lot of people into it. But I do hope these apps figure out how to just make it so seamless when you onboard. And there's a lot of great Bitcoiners here working towards solutions like that. But if we can make it as seamless as Apple Pay to onboard to a Bitcoin wallet, to secure it properly, it'd be pretty sweet if you could, I'm just spitballing here, but text someone, text your wife, and somehow if you lost the keys, there was backup there. Now it needs to be done securely. And, you know, you don't want your private keys to necessarily live on a device that's connected to the internet. So obviously that caveat. But I think the more we can just abstract away all of the complexity and just make it as seamless as, you know, we all pull out our phones here and we do the Apple Pay or the Google Pay and the Tap to Pay, and it's just so seamless. I think once Bitcoin, like if you go to Steak and Shake nowadays, pay with Lightning, seeing it, you know, happen instantaneously.
Great point, because like we used to use that analogy all the time with like Venmo. It's like so easy to Venmo someone $1. You're not asking them how the technology was built. You know, you're not like thinking about it. You're just like you're happy that $1 moved from one person to the next. You know, and so I agree with you. I think the UX has been lacking. I think Swan, you know, River, Strike, there's been some good apps that are like easier to use, but I've never heard of Moon. I've heard of it. I've never used it though. So I got to check that out.
Yeah, it's a good wallet. I think Nostr too is another use case. And right now Nostr, for those who don't know, it's essentially a decentralized protocol where it kind of flips the smart server, dumb client model to where your client, you basically control your data. You can't take your Facebook login and go to Twitter, right? Because Facebook's and every time you go to access Facebook, your phone is at your client. The client is asking permissions from Facebook servers. Hey, may I have this data? Nostr kind of flips that, where it's public-private key pairs. What's really cool, it's mostly been used as a social media clone, but your private key controls all your data. So you can go to any Nostr app, and assuming they're on the Nostr protocol, take your data with you. Then you can zap people. And so often I'll steal a meme from Twitter, post it on Nostr, and get zap sats. And it just feels so surreal that you know, people can pay me. And I hope some killer use cases come from Nostr where people, you know, it's like it's direct to direct, you know, and normal social media. I know X is paying people out, but you know, there's a third party getting involved in that. And I think Nostr allows, you know, the creators, influencers to go straight to the audience. And I love the idea of someone being able to route around middlemen. And if you want to tip a creator, if you want to pay them, you know, you don't have to go to a Patreon or a Twitter or a third party and have them kind of butt into that, you know, relationship between you and your audience. I think straight on Nostr, creators will be able to talk. And obviously Nostr has some UX UI issues, but I'm
Yeah.
a huge Nostr fan. I recommend people.
We
check it out.
we just got on, I think, last week.
Oh, amazing.
So check out the Daily Stack. I believe so. If not, I'll get on Rob to set that up. But I'm pretty sure we set that up last week. But Connor, pleasure, man. This is a great conversation. I think a lot of people need to start paying attention more to Bitcoin, thinking of it not just as money, like you said. And I do like the philosophical standpoint behind it, to make a better world and for our children ultimately. So
Amen. Do it for the kids. Well, I appreciate you having me on,
yeah.
Avi. It's been a pleasure, and
All
I
right.
know what you guys are doing here at the Daily
appreciate
Stack.
it. Yep.
Welcome back to the Daily Stack. We are here live in Las Vegas. We are with CJ Constantinos, founder and CEO of People's Reserve. CJ, how are you doing?
I'm doing well, man. Thanks for having me. It's great to be here.
Yeah, great to see you. We had you on the show recently, and I wasn't the host that day, but I thought it was one of the best ones. And I was the one making the clips of it afterwards. I think you have a great way of communicating to an audience that's outside of Bitcoin. And honestly, that's a lot of what we want to do with the show is we know we're Bitcoiners. We love our Bitcoiners. They've been following Bitcoin news for a while, but we also want to find different ways to connect with people and build trust. Those that have been burned by altcoins, that have been burned by different things in the industry that make crypto look bad. And Bitcoin doesn't have a marketing arm, as we talk about. So we always have to be out there educating, building trust, being transparent. Tell us a little bit about how you communicate Bitcoin to both people you know and people you don't know.
Yeah, well, it is the most important thing to be able to communicate. And I think out of everything that I've ever done, the most effective form is always gold. Like, I think that's why the digital gold narrative really kicked up, because people can understand gold. It's been there thousands of years. And even if they don't understand it, it has such a long track record where you can't really question the performance of it. And once you start to look at gold and start to say, you know what, I understand why gold, the same 1 ounce of gold buys a really nice suit today. I mean, $5,000 for a really nice suit, you're going to get the best threads you can get. Yeah. Right. But way back when gold was only $20 for an ounce, $20 is getting you the nicest threads you can get. So how does that work? How does it happen that way? And when you start to trigger people's mind, like, yeah, that doesn't make sense. How could a $5,000 suit be $20 and a $20 suit be a $5,000? I just don't get it. And they have to ask that question, right? So it's about sharing stories that help them ask questions. And that really gets them to start thinking. And I think, that's probably the most effective form of orange pilling that I've been able to do. But I do see a new wave coming. And I think that new wave is going to be coming in the form of the monetization and financialization of Bitcoin. Yeah. And some OG Bitcoiners, they don't like that idea. They don't like the idea that banks can hold Bitcoin and governments can hold Bitcoin. But that's one thing we love about Bitcoin is that it doesn't care who you are.
Yeah, anybody can buy it.
It doesn't care who you are. And that's one of the best things about it. Every other form of currency cares who you are. And in gold's case, it doesn't care who you are, but how much you hold, everybody cares about. Yeah. And they can fix that. With Bitcoin, they can't fix that. It's you can die with your Bitcoin. You can't die with your gold because they can take you out and take your gold. But if they can take you out and you don't get your seeds, then they're not getting your Bitcoin. And it's the first time in human history that you can take it to the grave. And I think that dynamic really allows people to understand there is a good value proposition here. The value proposition of the Bitcoin network is I can store my energy, I can store my value, and somebody can't take it from me. If I really want to go to the grave with it, I can. And it's the first time we've been given the freedom to make that decision. And then when you couple that with the ability for banks to say that and governments to say that and municipalities to say that, sure, it used to trigger me a little bit too. Yeah. Right? I don't want these bankers, man. Why are these guys coming in here? Get them out of here. Like, these were the enemy. But sometimes what you realize is that these people, they just do what they do because it's repetition, because it's habit. It's because it's what they were taught. Right. And, I went to college. I was taught what to think. I wasn't taught how to think. Yeah. And so were these people. So I think we have to have a little bit of grace. When you're talking about education, you have to have a little bit of grace, and you have to look at the bigger picture, and you have to say, do we want a world where Bitcoin is the pristine collateral, the foundational layer of all of finance, credit, mortgages, insurance, it's all built on top of Bitcoin? Or do we want it to stay the way it is now, where it's built on top of a collateral layer where the governments can increase the supply by issuing more debt, and that layer is just deteriorating, it's breaking apart. You can't even properly save in dollars or any type of fiat currency anymore. Like, what makes for a better society? What makes for a higher standard of living and quality of life? Is it a pristine collateral foundation, or is it this decaying fiat experiment foundation where we don't know what the supply is? It reminds me of that meme. You know that meme where like, hey guys, I found this new token. It's there's 17 trillion coins, yeah. And there's one entity that can issue the coins as many as they want. They never burn them, yeah. And infinite supply. And you're sitting there and you're like, is this guy for real? Yeah. Like,
the BC token.
This is the dollar.
Yeah.
So when they make that connection, I feel like that's when the magic really happens. And I think that's why people get so passionate about Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Because it really is, the value proposition of Bitcoin is a better life for a world that's built on Bitcoin. And there's not many things that we can put our time and energy into that will lead to a better life for everybody without discrimination, without caring who you are. Contribute value to the economy. Be a responsible saver. Have some fun every once in a while. But life is going to be better on a Bitcoin standard than a standard that allows governments to print money, to honestly shoot bullets.
Yeah.
And in that world, when you look at this and you look at your kids and you look at the future, you say, okay, Bitcoin is what I want. And then the next question becomes, how do we get them there? How do we get them to make that step? Because it's a scary step, right? It's like getting married or buying your first home. It's a big life moment. And if you don't really process it, you just kind of back away into comfort, and it just sits there and sits there and sits there and sits there, and you procrastinate. Well, we don't want the world to procrastinate, right? Daily Stack is about telling people, get up, get your Bitcoin,
Stack
figure
every day.
it out, stack every day,
Yeah.
and let's make the world a better place.
Yeah. I think one of the points you brought up is something that I've actually used for sister-in-law that, more left-leaning, isn't going to be loving, the Trump family and their involvement in crypto and Bitcoin. But one thing that I think is super compelling, and I first, really understood it in Lynn Alden's book, Broken Money, was around what you said around bullets, is if you're on a Bitcoin standard versus a fiat standard, if governments aren't able to print money, they're very limited in how much they can go to war in Iran, how they can capture Taiwan, how they can do all these things are very expensive. F-35 program, I think $40 billion at least, maybe $100 billion. It is expensive to do these things, and to have the military-industrial complex is very fiat driven. And I think I want America to be protected. I want our troops to be paid well, but if it's drones, I'm fine with us using less of our resources towards drones or forever wars, where some of these companies just benefit for 10 to 20 years in Afghanistan and Iraq, and that hurts people's long-term savings.
Yeah.
All of their the people of the United States of America, their long-term savings are less because of decisions that we made, and a lot of times it's going to be Gen Z that is affected by that, and they weren't actually voting for the people that send us into war. And so let's take us into people's reserves. What's your mission? What's your why?
Yeah. Well, one thing I want to add to what you just said, because people can go to peoplesreserve.com and learn more. Follow us on X. Check out our calculators. It's a lot of fun. But what you just said is so much more important than a mortgage. And could you imagine getting an email from the government and it's a deck and it says, here's what we think's going on. They're trying to convince you to raise money.
Yeah.
Right? They don't have the ability to just take a vote and say, oh, we're going to send these bombs. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. We have to convince the American people with facts in order to provide the money. That's a much better world.
Yeah.
That is a world where our troops are paid properly and they are taken care of when they're done. We don't have veterans living on the street homeless.
Yeah, which is a huge
This
problem.
is disgusting. Yeah. This is absolutely unacceptable that you can print money to buy bombs, but you can't print money to take care of the people who protected our freedoms.
Yeah.
That is bullshit. This is the type of stuff that we need to make people better to understand. That's what makes Bitcoin so powerful of a tool. It takes away the ability to print more of it. And and fiat is a financing technology, right? It is a way for the government to finance whatever the heck it wants, just based on a vote or based on a narrative or based on an emergency. And then that depletes our savings, like you said. And now that, I think, that rolls in nicely to what we're doing at People's Reserve, because what is Bitcoin? It's a savings technology. And what's one of the biggest problems we have in the world today is affordability. I mean, you have people that are in our generation who are renting homes. They have multiple kids. They're not building equity. They are the yield, right? So if anybody's learned anything through crypto, never be the yield.
Yeah, never be.
Never
be the exit liquidity.
Yeah, you don't want to be the exit liquidity. You don't want to be the yield. But if you are renting, you are the yield. But if you are renting, it's probably because there's been so much printing. Home prices have gone up so much. I believe it's, I don't know the, somebody fact check me out there, please. It's like 7.5 times earnings right now. Like not that long ago, a house price was like 2 times earnings. Now it's 7.5 times earnings. That means it's 7.5 times harder for a human being to afford a hierarchy of need.
Yeah.
You need a home. Like even for me, I do not regret buying my single family home that I could not even get $500,000 for today for 100 Bitcoin. That 100 Bitcoin today is worth almost $8 million.
Yeah.
I don't regret it at all because I lived in a home that I knew was mine, that I could invest into, I could make it better, I could take care of it. Taxes, that's another discussion. But I could, it was mine. I could raise my family there. I knew I had that home.
You gotta live somewhere.
You got to live somewhere. You're not, it's a hierarchy of need. And we have taken away, nobody should be surprised that the fertility rates are down. Like Elon Musk says this all the time. We don't have a population problem, right? We don't need Georgia Guidestones to destroy everybody. We have a depopulation problem. We need people to start going out and having fun and making babies.
Because people don't have certainty of the American dream, that they can even afford a house, that they can afford space. People that live in apartments.
Now, could you imagine someone's coming out of college, they just started their career, and that's a strong enough position to get the financing that you need to buy a home? Now you're going to be a lot more confident to go out there and find that wife and start a family, if that's what you want to do, to be able to do that. But in today's world, the men, they don't have the confidence. The women, they don't have the ability. There's so much discrimination within the system. It's supposed to be non-discriminatory, right? We're non-discriminatory lenders. That's not true. Yeah. It's very discriminatory, and the affordability is gone. And that's what we want to do. We want to leverage Bitcoin, just like we can leverage Bitcoin as a financial technology to keep the governments from printing infinite amounts of money. We can also leverage it as a savings technology to increase affordability. And that's what our products do. They allow you to unlock the purchasing power of your Bitcoin, unlike me, who had to give up the Bitcoin and pay taxes and then watch all of that upside just go to nobody, right? It went to the marketplace who bought it from me, not to me. And that's my kid's future, right? Like if that's all I had and my kids could be $8 million coming to them when I pass away, and who knows, 10, 15, 20 years, Lord willing, far into the future when I pass away, how much of that value could have been passed to them? Because each and every day that, it was $12 million at the recent peak. What's it going to be in 10 years peak at multi-million-dollar per Bitcoin?
100 Bitcoin's a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That adds up, and that takes away from my future generations. And then that eats away at your will.
Yeah.
It eats away at your ability to want to work hard, to want to deliver value. And then you look at the world, you look at society, and you say, why are there so many people who where's this socialism movement coming from? Who the hell isn't a fan of socialism? It's never worked.
Structural.
Yeah. Because you know what? Why am I going to try hard when all that value is being stolen from me anyway? I might as well just live life abundantly and enjoy it. And my kids, they can fight for themselves and they can do the same thing. You lose your will to fight, to plan, to build. It strips you of what we've been given, which is the image of the creator. We are built in the image of the creator. Therefore, we have the ability to create. The system is leveraged against us to strip that image, to strip our creation, and to what does Klaus Schwab say? What does he say? Own nothing and be happy.
Yeah.
No, how about we create and we own everything in our life and we be even more happy? That's Bitcoin's value proposition. And we leverage that value proposition in a mortgage product. It sounds silly when these big ideas coming back to a mortgage, but these are the foundational layers that you build your family. You start there.
Most people we know in American, in America with American Dream, they build their wealth through a house. That's the thing that your wife's definitely going to agree with you. Is like, honey, we're going to start a family. I want to have a 3-bedroom. I can't do a 1. I can't do a 2-bedroom. Like we need a 3-bedroom. We're going to go crazy. And that is something that, like, I know my wife and others, they don't always, like, women haven't always made investment decisions, but they absolutely get passionate about homes and where do they feel safe? Where do they put it in? So how does the mechanics work? How would somebody either from Bitcoin, or a lot of our audience is like outside Bitcoin that we're trying to bring in and make understand the hard money. How does it work in the relation to Bitcoin?
Yeah, so it's a great question. We have 2 products. Yeah. We have the self-repaying mortgage and we have the Bitcoin mortgage reserve. So it just depends on where you are in your journey, right? If you've been saving in Bitcoin for a while, you probably have a decent chunk of purchasing power. The self-repaying mortgage is going to be your number one bet because you need to put up 100% of the purchase price of the property. So if you're going to buy a $500,000 home, you need to post $500,000 of Bitcoin. But what does that do for you? Number one, it gets you the financing that you need. And number 2, it reduces the risk for the lender. So a lot of times people just think from the borrower mindset, not from the lender mindset, right? In traditional finance, the lenders are saying, hey, these are too risky, so we cannot finance you. I'm sorry, right? And they have to come up with government loans and government-backed agency loans and agency paper, and they have to come up with all these ideas in order to execute on the financing. And then it just keeps getting less and less and less effective. So then the financings go down. And now the market is frozen. It's very hard to get financed.
Yeah.
But if you have Bitcoin savings and you combine a mortgage with Bitcoin collateral, you're reducing risk for the lender, because now it's not just a promise, right? So if you have the ability to go out there and make a promise to a banker and he's willing to give you a mortgage, you should not come to People's Reserve, right? Find me another founder that's going to say that about their company. Go get your promise-based loan. A promise-based loan at a low interest rate is an asset.
Yeah.
Go get it if you can. But I think the way that the world's heading, it's going to be harder and harder to get it, because as the interest rates go down in the coming months and years, the lender's perspective is, oh, interest rates go down. That's more risk for us. More risk means tighter credit. So it kind of goes against what you're thinking, right? Like even during the 2008 financial crisis, when housing prices were down really low, you had very wealthy people with large portfolios of real estate who could not get financing, who could not pull equity from their existing properties to buy new properties at discounted prices because the risk was too high.
Yeah.
That's what Bitcoin
They
does.
don't want to take 4% as the return on a risky investment.
No. So how do we reduce risk without raising the interest rate? Because from the lender's perspective, the only way I can reduce my risk is a higher interest rate. But a higher interest rate exacerbates the problem. It makes affordability even worse. So how do we lower interest rate and reduce risk at the same time? You have to add a new variable to the equation. And that variable is pristine collateral, sound money, Bitcoin. And when you combine Bitcoin with the mortgage, it reduces risk. And when the lender can say, oh, I see risk reduction here, lower interest rate. And that's the main benefit. When you use our product, you're getting a lower interest rate than you can anywhere else in the world. The lowest interest rate we offer is 3%. Now, that does come with a 33% LTV, which for those of you out there, if you're buying a $500,000 home, you would need to post 1.5 million in Bitcoin. But you're getting 3%. No bank is writing 3%. That's the cheapest interest rate in the world for any home buyer anywhere.
Yeah.
But you are reducing risk to the extent where we can lower your rate that much. And if rates go down in the future, I think we can bring that rate as low as 0.25% if we see ZERP style pricing in the traditional market. And that's only because you're reducing risk. So that's the main benefit. Save Bitcoin, unlock the purchasing power of your Bitcoin to buy a home. And then here's the caveats. No margin calls, no liquidation risk, 100% LTV. You go to any other Bitcoin lender in the space, you want to buy a $500,000 home, you have to post $1 million of Bitcoin so that you can initiate at a 50% LTV. Then you're dealing with price volatility. So you can get margin calls and you have liquidation risk. There are no margin calls, there are no liquidation risk with People's Reserve because we dual collateralize the property title with the Bitcoin. So really, when you add up the price of the house plus the Bitcoin you're posting, that is 50% LTV. It's sufficient. The risk is reduced and you get the lower interest rate. Now, here's the exciting part, because not everybody has the ability to post $500,000 of Bitcoin, right? Not everybody's been lucky enough to been orange pilled by friends or family and to be saving in Bitcoin for such a long time. So we created an under collateralized product. We call it the Bitcoin Mortgage Reserve. You only need 20% of the purchase price. So that same $500,000 home only requires $100,000 of Bitcoin. But what happens is with the SRM, where you post 100%, at the end of the loan, you get back all your Bitcoin. You get back everything. If you want to sell your Bitcoin to pay down the loan, you can. It's up to you. You can manage your collateral over the life of the loan. It's in a bankruptcy remote SPV, custody by BitGo. There's no rehypothecation. We have a no rehypothecation clause in our contract. We're a US-based company. If you think that we're rehypothecating, you can sue us and bring us to court. You have recourse. We're not going to rehypothecate. It's there to secure the loan, and that's all it needs to do. Come over and you say, okay, I got 100,000. You have to give up the upside of your Bitcoin. That's the difference. With the under collateralized loan, it is a 50-50 split, up to a 50-50 split on the Bitcoin. So what happens is we call it that Bitcoin collateral turns into your equity engine. And if Bitcoin can maintain a 30% CAGR, which based on the halving with the doubling of the cost of production, that's around 18%. So really you're like 10, 12% on top of that natural price discovery, 30% CAGR, your loan is paid off in 8 years. In 8 years, you own your home free and clear. What does that mean? In year 8, you don't have to make your principal payment anymore. That, depending on how much money you borrow, that's $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 per month that you can now spend on your family to increase your quality of life and increase your standard of living. And that's what makes the world a better place, when you can get more enjoyment out of life. Everybody's so squeezed right now. You're lucky to get a vacation. You're lucky to go out to dinner every once in a while. You have to actually try and save even to get some of these privileges that in a first world country should be almost normalized. But being able to reduce the amount of payments in your principal and interest payment and then apply that to making your life better, whether you turn those principal and interest payments into savings by buying more Bitcoin, or whether you spend them on yourself, or however you want to do it, the point is you have the freedom to now say, I don't have to pay that $5,000 per month, or I don't have to pay that $3,000 per month. I can deploy that capital on me, on my family, on my savings, on my investments. It's freed up. It's not going to be the yield for somebody else, but you do give up your Bitcoin. That's how the mortgage gets paid off. So those are the two trade-offs. Those are the two products. We have it for the long-term saver who has lots of purchasing power. We have it for the under-collateralized borrower who just wants to get that house. And I'm not here to tell you which one to use. I'm here to build solutions to the problems that we see in the housing market. And these are the best we can do because of Bitcoin. Bitcoin is what makes this happen. Bitcoin is the magic formula. It's the magic variable added to the equation that makes the math, so to say.
Yeah. Sailor's talked about the 30% CAGR. He believes in it. He's modeled over time. That's also how they look at their different financial products. From your experience, how is it like you're betting your company really on that growth of Bitcoin, going into the future and being able to pay off that percent? How hard is that to convince investors? When you're doing it, you really have to go out and find true believers that say, okay, great, like we're willing to take on that risk.
Yeah, that's a great question. I love that question because if you know People's Reserve, great. If you don't, go to trufi.fund. It's TRUFI.fund. These are our exclusive liquidity provider partners. What they do is they take the SRMs and they take the BMRs and they securitize them. They issue a private label mortgage-backed security. Now, this product is basically like a cash flowing call option that can pay you a big lump sum of payment based on Bitcoin's performance, right? Because if Bitcoin performs well, the BMRs will pay off very quickly. And that 3% or 6% loan with a big Bitcoin payoff at the end ends up being around 15 or 18% returns. So what looks like you're not getting, why would I lend my money to somebody for 3% when I can lend it to the government for 4%? Yeah. Well, because my investors, they're not lending their money to these people. They're financing home purchases and then securitizing those home purchases into what we call a collateralized sound money obligation. And then they're selling this private label MBS to the credit market. And the credit market is scared right now. Private credit is very scared. Yeah. They don't know what's under the hood. They don't know if the collateral is real. I mean, BlackRock had to mark down a private credit loan from 100 cents to 0. There was no chance to sell. There was no chance to recover anything. 100 to 0 from BlackRock, the best in the business.
How do you think we ended up in this spot with private credit suddenly hit?
Loose money. When money is free and money is cheap and you can just print money and lend it out, this is what happens. It's not what you know, it's who you know. And the people who are closest to the printing machine, the cantillionaires, they spin up businesses, they spin up accounts receivables, they create all of this idea, and then they borrow money against it. And they borrow it at very cheap rates. And what they do is they end up wasting the capital. That's what they do. And that capital it's called malinvestment. And in economics, when you get into a situation where more money is going into malinvestment rather than strong investment like infrastructure and true economic growth, this is where you end up. You end up in a world where you're supposed to be a first world country. The United States is supposed to be the best country in the world. We're supposed to be the richest nation in the world. I challenge you, and if you can't get there physically, just go there virtually. Check out Singapore. Check out some of these other technology hubs in the world. Dubai. Yeah, Dubai is close to Iran right now, but when that thing settles down, go over, check that out. See what they're living like. See how clean their streets are. See if there's people begging on those streets.
There's not in Singapore. Safest place to be.
It is unbelievable that we have kind of been like massaged into this idea that we're the richest and we live the best life in the world. But because of our politics that has strong-armed our economic policies and monetary policies, we might think we live the best life, but we don't. And as you said, there are other places that are classified as the safest places in the world. And I'll tell you what, it's not New York City. It's not Chicago. It's not Los Angeles. It's not all of our biggest cities that are the safest places to be. Yeah. It's their cities. And we really need to get this figured out. We need to, You know, we didn't mention Bitcoin bonds, but People's Reserve, we created a Bitcoin bond. It's a principal protected note. Well, guess what? We're talking to some municipalities who are going to be issuing a municipal Bitcoin bond. This means that governments have to raise money again. They can't just depend on a federal government to print money. They have to come up with a value proposition, raise money from their community, deploy that capital responsibly, and create value in society. And that is how you change this. That is how you get to a point where you say, wow, we do live in a safe society. We do live in, you know, you see all the stuff on the news right now, and it's scary. And not to mention all the division. In politics, we are very divided right now. I happen to be an independent, but I did vote for Trump multiple times because I thought, even as an independent, I thought if anybody could fix it, it's this guy because of what he was saying. Yeah. Right. And unfortunately, some of those, I just hope these promises are kept. If he keeps those promises, it's a win. And he's fighting the system. That's my opinion. He's fighting the system. The system is fighting him, and it's overwhelming. But in these other countries where they don't have to deal with this, and they don't have all the propaganda, and they don't have influence from other countries with their money in our politics, because it is how they say, right? When you go over to the Middle East, the people who are in charge, they don't answer to anybody. Yeah. Nobody gets a vote to tell them what they say. Nobody can give them money to tell them. They make their own decisions. And that's why you can, in Dubai, you can leave your wallet. You can be walking out on a river walk and leave your wallet on the table and just forget about it. And 15 minutes later, you can come back. That wallet will be sitting there. You know why? Because if someone takes that wallet and gets caught, they'll get their hands cut off. Yep. There is justice. There is consequence to your decision. If you go look at the court cases we have now, people are killing people and just getting out on bail. There's no consequence. There's no justice. There's no law and order. This is all a function of money. People don't, that doesn't click for a lot of people. Like, what's this guy ranting on? Get him off the stack, man.
There's a funny thing is, I lived in San Francisco for 7 years, is talking about homeless, and, you know, they would blame, you know, leftist policies, pretty vague. And then they would talk about encouraging drug use, you know, but kind of vague. And I think there's a good, I don't know if you've read them, and I'll agree with some of the stuff, some of them don't agree with, but Noah Smith has his blog, No Opinion. And he's like, guys, it's housing. Like, it really is housing. Like, if the problem with San Francisco is that it's super expensive. It's on a peninsula. You guys restrict housing. You can't really build it. If San Francisco was located in the middle of Texas and you could go up to Round Rock, you could keep expanding forever, there wouldn't be nearly as much homeless. And same thing with like Seattle and Portland. They're both somewhat geographically restricted, but they're also not build-friendly cities. And so the core thing, and people have lost sight of that, is like the reason we have homeless in a lot of these cities is just because affordability on getting a home and having a place where you have a place that, you know, bed to go home to every night and wake up and do a job interview and get a job. And then you don't want to lose that home, so you keep going to your job. You have some skin in the game. That's all fundamental. And I think that's where home prices rising post a lot of the ZERP, you know, era, you know, COVID, obviously printing, the PPP loans, which are a huge scam. A lot of businesses take advantage of that from both sides of the spectrum. Mm-hmm. It all starts with housing in many ways.
It's so funny that we could be at a Bitcoin conference and we just want to fix problems. You know, a lot of people come here, they're like, these guys, they just care about money. They don't, you know, it's money.
Number go up. And
no, it's like, it's the opposite. You know, what was Trump's Apprentice song? Money. Like, that disgusts us. Like, the reason you end up making money is because you deliver value to society. That's how you make money. You unless you try to extract value, right? Yeah. So you can deliver value and you can extract value. Bitcoin prevents the extraction and forces the delivering of value through products and services, goods and services that have a strong value proposition to the people who are supporting it and voting for it with their money. We've lost that. We have completely lost that. They're printing money to pay for things that aren't making sense, and it's eating away at our savings. It's eating away at our purchasing power. It's taking away from affordability. Wages are not keeping up with the rate of inflation. So obviously, the quality of life and standard of living is going to drop year after year after year after year. I have a really good tweet, actually. I hate to do this, but
well, we got to plug it.
I got to plug this tweet.
Good, yeah.
If you go in my highlights, or if you just search on X, Social Security.
Yeah.
You know, they changed the equation for CPI, hundreds of times, right, at this point. If they had stuck with their original equation for CPI, Social Security recipients today would be receiving, I have to go back and check my own self, but I believe it'd be $11,000 a month. $11,000 a month because they do their cost of living adjustment, COLA.
Yeah.
And that cost of living adjustment is based on CPI. Well, when CPI is the equation is being hedonically adjusted and those numbers are being compressed, the cost of living adjustment is smaller. So year after year, it compounds at a much smaller rate. So today, most Social Security people are getting somewhere between $800 to $2,000. The average Social Security payment, if they had just stuck to true CPI before all the hedonic adjustments, they'd be getting $11,000 a month. So we're living 10 times the life below where we should be living it because we didn't adopt Bitcoin, because we didn't adopt a money that didn't allow a central power to expand the supply. And, full circle, how do we educate people on this? They have to feel it. And they are feeling it. For once, we are waking up. People are asking the tough questions. And I think the adoption from the system itself proves that we're winning. Because the system thinks it's going to, and this is where the OGs get mad, right? Like, you can't have the banks and the governments having it. They think they're going to control it, but they can't. There's nothing they can do about it. And now we have even military leaders testifying in Congress of the importance of power projection and Bitcoin for real proof of ownership type protection. Instead of using the military, prove ownership through power projection.
Yeah.
So the advancement of Bitcoin from when I began in it is unbelievable. The rate and pace and change gives me hope. And I think that if we continue to do stuff like educate Bitcoiners, have amazing shows like Daily Stack that educate Bitcoiners, teach them how to do what they need to do to get ahead, we actually will end up in a better world. But it starts with money. Money is the foundational cornerstone of everything. And if you're diluting the money, you're taking away the housing. If you're taking away the housing, you're taking away hope. You take away hope, what are you left with? Anarchy. You're left with
New York.
disgust. You're left
More
with New York.
Mamdanis are going to come in.
Some more government-run grocery stores.
We've been talking about the Trader moves being closed on a macro show with the infra, and the oil shortage is real. It may not hit till June, July, a little bit later in the summer, but it is real. Do you see printing coming, and how quickly?
Oh yeah. I mean, I got to shout out Lawrence Lepard.
Yeah.
One of my favorites. I met him at Bitcoin Day in Naples back when I was nobody. I was just a nobody, and he talked to me for like 15 minutes. And I've loved him ever since because he's just such a great guy. And I highly recommend his book, The Big Print, because that's what's coming. It's coming so fast. People do not understand it. Just because interest rates are staying up a little bit higher than people anticipated, that it doesn't matter. They are going to print, and they are going to print at a rate and pace that we have never seen before. It's going to make COVID look like a picnic, just like COVID made the previous printing session look like a picnic. So I, in my personal opinion, I think we're going to see trillions of dollars of printing. I think we're going to see justifications, blaming it on the war, blaming on the oil. It's commodity this, it's commodity driven, it's this, it's that, it's the war here, it's this. No. What it really is the abuse of the power to expand the dollar supply through debt issuance. And I think the ticking time bomb, like if anybody's paying attention out there, like what I look at specifically, and I think the biggest epiphany I've had, my most recent orange pill, so to say, the U.S. Treasury has actually lost the ability to raise interest rates. I believe that. Because if they raise interest rates, the interest expense goes up.
It breaks something.
So when you raise, why did they raise interest rates in the first place? To quell inflation. So you raise interest rates because you want to slow down the economy. But a fast, strong economy was never why the prices went up in the first place. So you are punishing the economy for the sins of government printing. It's not going to work. And when they figure that out, and when the real economy is actually discovered of how weak it is because it's been punished for something that it didn't do, they're going to have to print to make up for that punishment. And when they print to make up for that punishment, to just show a sign of life in the economic cadaver that we are, it's going to be more than we've ever seen before. So if you're not in Bitcoin, then you are going to get diluted, right? If you're not in gold and silver, you're going to get diluted. And is Bitcoin better than gold and silver? Absolutely. Gold and silver are natural forms of money.
We are realists on the show, and we like to at least talk about, look, we've been money for a long time. Yeah.
Gold and silver are money. Without gold and silver, we wouldn't have Bitcoin. And I'll tell you why, because it was the characteristics of money that we learned from gold and silver. We learned what made a good money. That's, gold and silver replaced seashells and barter and yapstones and everything else before that we thought was going to work.
Easily printable, easily constructed.
This is the scientific method, right? Observe, repeat, observe, repeat. And what we learned through that observation and repetition was that there are certain characteristics of money that make it money.
Yeah.
And what we did is we said, well, hey, now with technology, we can engineer money. Forget about the natural forms of money. We can engineer it. And what are we going to engineer? Are we just going to make the natural digital? No. We're going to upgrade the characteristics of money. Just like when we take a horse and we engineer an engine to create horsepower. We now went from 1 horsepower to hundreds of horsepower. We made it better. We made it more efficient. That's what we did. Bitcoin is engineered money because it takes the natural characteristics of silver and gold and makes them better. It takes hardness, it takes scarcity, and turns it into absolute digital scarcity, right? It's hard to find. It's hard to pull out of the ground to, there ain't no more. It's 21 million and that's it.
Yeah.
And then it takes this idea of, man, I gotta owe somebody else across the world. I gotta secure it. I gotta transport it. God only knows if it's going to get there, and all if it's going to get there. It could sink at the bottom. You know how much gold is at the bottom of the ocean from sunken ships?
Try to go through a Hormuz Strait.
Yeah. Oh, try to go through the airport with gold.
Yeah.
It ain't happening. Well, we're going to upgrade that. Now you have a 10-minute block time. You can send billions of dollars for the cost of pennies across the world. That's an upgrade. So engineered money is an upgrade to the natural, and that's where you want to be, because Bitcoin optimizes money, and arguably it could be the first form of money.
Yeah.
Because this is the first time we've had a group of people who said, here's what the characteristics are, here's how we can perfect them. And we actually did it. We have decentralization. If you're not running a node, please run a node. Learn about it. If you're not mining, hobby mine. You're not going to make money.
We've never had the network as big as it is today.
It's huge. And even though we've had a big pullback in hash rate, the growth is parabolic and it will continue. And I'll tell you why it'll continue. This is my favorite thing about Bitcoin. The difficulty adjustment and the halving are the central bank of Bitcoin. So we have a central bank where we have 12 guys and we all sit on the edge of our seats. What's going to happen? What's going to happen? Oh, the Fed is data dependent. No, the Fed is not data dependent. They're narrative dependent. Bitcoin is data dependent because every 210,000 blocks you get a halving, it doubles the cost of production, which increases the cost to access the value proposition of truth money. Every 2016 blocks, we have a difficulty adjustment. And when the hash rate has come down like it has in the last couple of quarters, the difficulty goes down, making it more profitable for miners to turn their machines back on to sustain the network. And when it goes up, it makes it less profitable, increasing the value proposition. Bitcoin leverages the halving and the difficulty adjustment to drive value into the network. And the question becomes, what is the real value proposition of a global, decentralized, unconfiscatable, permissionless, no trust needed monetary network in a world where governments are abusing currency printers? Infinite. That's what the value proposition is. Infinite.
Yeah. That's a very bullish statement to end on. And you guys are having an announcement on Wednesday that we're not going to leak out yet, but we're excited to see what's going to happen. We'll be tweeting it out once we see it come through. But CJ, it's always a pleasure.
Oh, thank you so much, man. Absolute pleasure.
Thank you, sir.
All right, we are live once again from the floor of a Bitcoin 2026 Las Vegas. Eventful first day. I am here with a good friend, a hardcore Bitcoiner, and a man who has the cinematographic vision, the videographer of all Bitcoiners that they long to have, the man himself, Kyle Huber. How are you doing today, sir?
Man, 10 out of 10. We've had a killer day so far. Live streaming here from the media press area, Bitcoin 2026. Man, it's an honor to be part of the squad for the next few days.
Dude, love to have you a part of this. We've done multiple conferences together now, riding them up and down. In terms of vibes, what are you sensing out this time around?
Just day one, it seems like a night and day conference compared to last year in the sense of more signal. I don't know if it's just because it's industry day. I'll give you a full answer tomorrow, but man, yeah, vibes are high. People haven't gotten worn out yet.
No, yeah.
A lot of after events and stuff going on. And yeah, man, it's just cool to see all the faces that I see all over the world in one place. It's a blessing.
Yeah, nothing gets people in the Bitcoin community together like this event. So it's great to be here. And what I want to talk to you about today is filmmaking in Bitcoin. Bitcoin is something that's very hard for people to wrap their head around, and they need to explain to them. And what better way than through film? So tell us, what projects are you working on right now, and what are you excited to share with the world?
Absolutely. It's interesting because Bitcoin is software, it's code, it's hard to visualize, right? That's why books tend to be the best way to comprehend or intellectualize Bitcoin. But there's also this missing element when you're just reading something, which is emotion, right? That's what filmmaking, for me, the power of it is connecting with people's hearts and minds and potentially shifting culture through storytelling. So right now I'm working on a few things. The first project I'm working on is a full-length documentary out of Bulgaria. It's going to be called Build on Bitcoin. The whole idea is like getting hodlers to be inspired to get in the game and become builders, because there's so many very passionate Bitcoiners. I call them like consumers of content, but not necessarily creators of content. And for me, at least, I have realized that creativity is such an inherent part of being human, but the fiat system trains it out of us. And so when you tap back into that, when you understand Bitcoin and you start creating, your own life improves and the people around you, and you start to find purpose in what you're doing. And so I highly, highly encourage anyone who thinks they're not creative, like, get that out of your head. You are creative. 100% you are creative. And yeah, so that's my main project right now. I'm probably about 75% of the way done. The editing is a bit of a process. And more recently, I was in Kenya, in Nairobi, and it was by far the most like grassroots Bitcoin adoption I've ever experienced. Just hundreds of merchants, so many circular economies that I could not make it to all of them in 8 days. I was there for 8-9 days, just so many things going on. And it's the people educating each other, which is so cool. It's not like they're looking for their bags to get pumped by Sailor. They couldn't care less. And I thought, oh, the price of Bitcoin's down. Why would they use it as a medium of exchange? The opposite is true. They're all stoked about earning Bitcoin and using Bitcoin, even though the price is down 50%. So I had a number of takeaways from there. I think the first and foremost one is, and I'm just ranting right now, but what I saw is that people used Bitcoin like just as money before they even understood it. So it's like, hey, you have this money or this money. One has less fees and one has more fees. What do you want to do? People are, I'll take less fees. Like, that's a simple decision. And then they understand like what it is. They start to do the education. So kind of the opposite of what we see in the West, right? Where it's like everybody understands it, intellectualizes it, and eventually uses it.
All right, so let's zoom back. I mean, your biggest project is this full-length documentary that you went to Bulgaria to film. Why Bulgaria? What is the Bitcoin scene like there?
Yeah, it's definitely a hub in Europe. It's an embryonic circular economy. So early, it's just growing, probably 100, 150 merchants around the country, 21 in Sofia. Just kind of an interesting number. There's a company there called Order Moon. Shout out Order Moon. They are driving a lot of the merchant adoption there because they're a restaurant services company. So what they do is they offer restaurant services just like that are, again, like better than the alternatives. Bitcoin has nothing to do with it. Once they establish trust with that merchant or with that business owner, then they say, look, we have this option. It's already built in. You can actually flip on a non-custodial Lightning wallet with like a few clicks and you're up and running. So that was a lesson for me, is like, instead of coming in the front door holding your Bitcoin, will you accept Bitcoin as payment? We all want more merchants to accept Bitcoin as payment. Go in there, add value, build trust, and then actually they're going to be more ready to accept Bitcoin. So that was one major takeaway. Why Bulgaria? Man, just the universe put it in my lap. It was the first Bitcoin conference I ever went to. It was in Sofia, Bulgaria, with Luke Broyles, and it was I just really connected with the people there, made a few friends. A lifetime friend for sure in Ivan Makedonsky, and he's my co-producer on the film. So he reached out to me, said, we're going to crowdfund. So we raised 100% of our funds through the community. And not only funds, like people let me stay at their houses. I was staying at this guy, George Monolov's parents' house. Like we were able to make this film possible because of the support of the community. Otherwise we'd be financially, it's impossible to make a film like this. So yeah, super excited, man.
So what lessons did you learn making a full-length documentary? I mean, do you just show up with your camera and roll? How much footage do you need? How many interviews do you need to do? And does the story come as you go, or do you go with like the narrative in mind when you first start?
Yeah, so I had a narrative in mind, and with this, it was interesting because I really wanted characters, Bulgarians, to be the center of the film, and Ivan is definitely the character who I get to know. We get to know as viewers the most throughout the film, but really, it's my journey. Like I'm going, and it really radicalized me on this medium of exchange idea. I was a Bitcoiner, I was a hodler, I was freaking passionate, but going and seeing how Bitcoin's actually impacting people's lives and the conviction that people have, like specifically Ivan, but just man, like a deep level of understanding and purpose. And I don't know, I just I've lost my train of thought. Back to you.
But going out there, like, how much footage did you
Oh
get?
yeah. 5 terabytes of footage,
Wow.
hundreds of hours, maybe 150 hours, 40 something interviews, 25 days of filming nonstop. So it's the Herculean effort of editing. I don't really know if there's a way around it. AI's coming, AI is making us more efficient as editors, but still it's a very manual process. And I want to do it right, you know, so I'm not trying to cut corners. I think, I don't know, the main thing, there's like small technical things that I could share. Like if you are a creator, like always establishing shots, like when we show up somewhere new, like get the transition, like there's these small things, but I've been making videos and films for many years. So it got me stronger. I was holding the camera for like 3 weeks straight all day. My wrist developed like a long-term injury. But yeah, I don't know any other takeaways. I don't know, just do it.
So yeah, I mean, you come home with 5 terabytes worth of footage, and that's like a giant slab of granite that you then have to go and chisel away at. And that's the beauty of making a documentary, is that you find the story in that footage, right? And you need to pull it out, something that is relatable, that people will care for. It's no easy task, and I don't think an AI would really be able to help in any way when it comes to that process.
Yeah, it's interesting. Sorry, I just had a thought. I just lost it again. Shoot. I totally forgot, dude.
No, but when you're taking that 5 terabytes and turning it into
Oh, sorry. Yes, I'm back, guys. The way I describe it is like a puzzle with like, you know, a 1,000-piece puzzle is pretty complex, but every piece has a place. And eventually you find that place and it fits and everything's good. This is different. This is a puzzle with, let's say, 10,000 pieces or more, and an infinite variation of ways to put that together, right? So you have to eventually make decisions. What's going to go? What's going to be on the cutting room floor? What's going to make it in? That's where I'm at right now. I have all these scenes roughly cut. I have maybe 3 hours, give or take. Nobody's going to watch 3 hours. It's too long. So yeah, now I'm cutting it down and killing my, prize possessions in some sense. I don't know if that's the right phrase, but you get emotionally attached to the people, the story. And so, yeah, right now that's the part I'm in, man. And it is a grind, I'll tell you that, but an enjoyable. Yeah, I try and just always say, like, remember when you wanted what you have right now. Like, I chose this life. I've built towards this. So any challenge that I'm facing, I just try and keep it like in perspective that like, this isn't that big of a problem, dude. Like, you're editing a documentary. You're going to be all right. So, yeah.
And you crowdfunded this using Bitcoin. Geyser.
Yep, 100%.
How did that work?
Fantastic, because we did a lot of the fundraising in the 60s and 70s, and then Bitcoin pumped to 100 plus. We funded the whole film, paid all of our expenses, and then Bitcoin went back down. So financially, it worked out great, and like people actually being involved. I think that's a cool thing. Like, you can actually be a producer on the film if you donate $89. We'll put your name in there. I had a videographer, Matthias, who works with you guys, come and help me film 5 days in Sofia. He also donated to the project. So yeah, it's just there's an element of community building that comes from these efforts, right? The Geyser campaign. I think it just bringing people along. Now everyone's like, yo, get this thing done. I want to watch it. And I'm dragging my feet working on it. But it's a big part.
And you're going to have the trailer premiered here.
Yeah. Thanks to you, man. Yeah, we got a 90-second teaser. It's on my Twitter if you want to watch it, give you a little sense of what the film is going to be like. But really, like, I've seen so many Bitcoin documentaries that are what we're doing right now, sitting in front of a fake light, talking about Bitcoin, talking about stuff. In my film, I was really hoping to like get out, get moving, and see the world and show the Bitcoin lifestyle, right? Not just talk about it. Yeah. So, just people having a good time. We had a Legion run, like a Spartan race type of thing, is going to be part of the film, as well as some go-karting and stuff like that. So, yeah,
Dude.
Man.
And when it comes to getting word out, like, what are you going to do to promote this thing? Because if you make it, you put all this time into it, and nobody sees it.
That's the question, right? How am I going to distribute? How am I going to get in front of people? I'm building my own podcast, We Are Satoshi, and the YouTubes, Twitter, and stuff like that. And since we started making the film, I've probably doubled in followers. So just doing more of the proof of work, coming here, working with you guys, I get a ton of value out of just the exposure, being on the show. What an honor. And we'll see how it goes. I think Bitcoiners are incredibly passionate, but there's also going to be a lot of just legwork and just getting in front of people. I want to get it at as many conferences as possible, give me an excuse to keep traveling around. And a couple different places want to show it. So we'll see. Maybe even go into some enemy territory, some crypto conferences with that hardcore Bitcoin maxi documentary. That might be a fun little thing to do as well. So,
dude, you got to bring it. You got to bring it wide, to show it off wherever you can, man. Absolutely.
Yes, sir.
And let's close on this. You were in Africa in the world's largest slum.
Third largest.
Largest.
Yeah.
And they use Bitcoin unlike you've ever seen before.
Yeah, man. Yeah. What do you want to know about it?
I mean, what was that like? Like, how are these people living on Bitcoin? What are they doing to earn it? And how is it moving around their economy?
Yeah. So there's a number of circular economies. And what I saw was like, as soon as people finish their education, like through Bitcoin diploma with My First Bitcoin or whatnot, they're immediately like starting their circular economy. So it's like once you understand Bitcoin, the natural next step is to start a circular economy. So that's happening all over the place. The one that you're referring to in the slum is called Kibera. Frank Corvo was on your podcast talking about it. I heard him talk about it. Then I was there a couple weeks later. It's incredibly impressive. Like, you've got companies like Fedi, Satinet actually supporting the infrastructure for these people. So they're helping them build storefronts so that they don't have to take all their food home every night. They can actually leave it there and just close the gate. Like, things that we would think aren't problems cost $100 to like build something like that. For them, $100 is maybe a third of the year of their income or something like that. So for me, it was my first time really spending time around people living on less than $1 a day, but still with like an unbelievable level of optimism. And they're Bitcoiners, right? Like they're like, dude, we're going to get rich one day. Like, they have the same mentality. So super cool. They're using it as money. One of the best initiatives, the coolest initiatives I saw is a waste management system. So the youth came together. The rivers are full of trash. The irrigation is full of trash. And they said, we got a problem here. And somebody, the recycling company or whoever, will pay us for the glass that's sitting on the side of the road. So every Sunday they get the youth, like maybe 5-6 guys together. They pick up the glass, they bring it, they turn it in for sats or for fiat. And then the guy who runs it kind of distributes the sats. So you got people basically earning sats, cleaning up their community, and also, just educating each other around it too. So once these guys are like earning sats, now there's a couple other guys sitting over there idle, hanging out. They're like, I want to get involved too. So that's shout out to those guys. They're going to start a geyser as well. So look out for that.
And when will we see that video?
That is going to be June 10th. June 10th, we're premiering it at My First Bitcoin's Unconference in Prague. So we are on the clock. We are editing, and it will be ready by then. So that's a hard deadline. My film in Bulgaria, I got a soft deadline for you, but that one, it'll be live and it'll be on YouTube as well, accessible right away.
Cheers, man. Well, you are one of the hardest working men in Bitcoin show business. Many of your favorite videos, podcasts, anything that's filmed at a conference, this man is probably behind it. So, people, where should people go to find your videos, your podcasts, everything?
Yeah, man, appreciate it. We Are Satoshi podcast. Twitter works great. Be Kyle Huber. And thank you for having me on, and looking forward to the next 2 days.
Nice. All right, we got more footage coming on up. Guys, come on over. We are going to have the CFO of Trezor up next. the international show does not stop. People from all over coming on. Thank you so much for tuning in. The live stream continues on.
We are back, baby. We're with Stepan, the CFO over at Treasure, and super excited. I sat with your friends, colleagues at lunch, started having a conversation, and we started coming up with some questions together, and now here you are. So first and foremost, welcome to the Daily Stack.
Thank you for having me.
It's amazing. So talk me through just your quick background, very high level, and kind of what brought you to Treasure. And I want to get into the fact that you guys were kind of the first treasury company without realizing it, or without like announcing as a Bitcoin treasury company. So let's start with you, and then we'll dive into that question.
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. So my personal story, it's I started in the financial segment when I was actually 14 years old. I was fascinated with the markets, with, trading commodities. Then I moved to be basically analyst. And then at some point, after I think 8-9 years in the segment, I realized that basically this is not what I want to do, because my experience was that these big investment houses, they just want to, have a retail in the mutual funds, charge them here and there, have a management fee, and that's it. And this was not for me. And I was very lucky. And one day I met Slush, the founder of the Treasury, and actually the inventor of the shared mining pool, the first in the world. And he had a very small presentation about Bitcoin. And I was like, hey, this is a very smart guy. And he's, I really want to work with him.
Yeah.
So I think it was back in 2016. And we spent like 6 months having a coffee together time to time. And then finally Slush told me, hey, don't you want to join the Treasure company? It's a very small company, like 20 people, nothing big. You will like it. And we have no financial guy there. So I joined in 2016. And since then, we have become a global company with billions in revenues. And that is the basic story. And your second part. So
back in 2014, we released the first hardware wallet in the world. But what's even more important, it's called the BIP39, the standard. Now everyone's using. For the audience, it's you can have your private key in the form of the English words, which is amazing. And so we released the Treasury Model 1, first hardware wallet in the world. And the selling price was 1 Bitcoin,
Crazy.
which was $100 that time. And we had a special edition, a metallic one, and it was for 3 Bitcoins. So basically, I think what I like about us and the story, that it was not some financial engineering. It was like a pure need of like releasing a product. And since it's a Bitcoin company, of course, we will accept Bitcoin as a payment. Yeah. And that's how the Treasury started. And Bitcoin Treasury started with our company. And I think I can claim that since we invented the hardware wallet, we were the first company in the world to actually have the Bitcoin Treasury in the hardware wallet.
Yeah, that's fascinating. And we've talked to a lot of these treasury companies, and you guys have an operating business obviously behind you. One question I have is, like, as the CFO, how is it, how do you as a company and plan out for these dips, right? Like thinking about the bear market, so far it's been on this 4-year cycle, but that is 3 times, so like that could change, the environment's changed. How do you think about, hey, how do we brace for the bear market? How do we do all of that?
So to be very honest, we learned the hard way.
No.
And so I remember myself, I joined 2016, and then there was a big bull run, 2017. I think it was the first time when Bitcoin was kind of a retail thing back then, and all these other cryptocurrencies popped up. And I remember like it was yesterday when the bull run was over in 2018, and the Bitcoin price dropped 84%, and our sales dropped 92%. So basically, we lost all the sale. It's like having a company without any revenue, basically. And thanks God, since our founders were in the segment for several cycles already back in 2017, they warned us in advance, and we had a very good financial reserve. And this is something that was completely new for me as a CFO, and that was a very important lesson. So since then, basically, we don't have a holy grail or like a silver bullet for the cycles, but we admit it exists, and we have this cycle budgeting. So basically, we expect the bear markets to happen, and we have this mentality of let's build in the bear market and let's scale in the bull market.
Yeah.
So what was very important for our company was to be long-term oriented. We were not this kind of venture-driven companies in which during the bull run you can collect a lot of money, invest into the company, hire a lot of people, and then 2 years later you're firing people because you have a big problems. Never happened to us. And I think what is important is to stay humble in a bit and really realize that there are cycles. Yeah.
We noticed that too, social media. I don't want to call myself an influencer, but watching the statistics, we do track and see like how these shows run, and we've noticed. I mean, it was an obvious thought that when Bitcoin price goes up, the views go up, right? And you can see this beautiful tread line. I made this thing for our clients, and we can see exactly like, hey, when Bitcoin's higher, we're getting quite more, like 30% more viewers, right? Have you noticed that, I guess, with like the purchase of treasures then as well, as like Bitcoin price is going higher? Is it a direct correlation?
Absolutely there is. So I think what is great that the bottom line is keep going up and up and up every single cycle. So I think the 2018 and 19 situation where the demand was very low, thank God it never happened again. And even in the next cycles, demand for the hardware wallets, even in the deep bear market, was quite significant. Of course, uncomparable with the bull run, but there is a correlation. But thanks God, it's getting better and better. So basically, even now, for example, so we are 2026. I'm not sure if we can call this a bear market or a classic one, but yes, we saw the decrease in the demand, but it's not as significant as it used to be. So since 2018, as I mentioned, minus 92%, it never happened again.
Crazy.
Thanks God.
Yeah. Which is a good lead in actually for like ETFs, because you guys are not your keys, not your Bitcoin, right? So everyone talks about that. Having cold storage and not storing it is Mt. Gox. There's been too many exchanges that have been hacked. So ultimately, we're in the situation where a lot of people are onboarding now through like ETFs, MSTR. They're finding these financial instruments that are more public and easier to even put your 401k. You can move that over pretty quickly. Your CEO recently said that these ETFs are like the double-edged sword, right? Would love your take on what they mean for the industry. Do you think that they've supported, not having another 80% sell-off? In the same way, they're centralizing a lot of this Bitcoin now, and it's not your Bitcoin. Actually, you can't like pull out and take, let's say you have what is it, 78,000 or whatever right now. Let's say you had $78,000 worth of Bitcoin. You can't pull off a Bitcoin off the ETF, right? What are your thoughts on the ETFs and this kind of maturation of the Bitcoin economy?
That's a good question. So it definitely is double-edged sword, but to be fair, I think it's net positive for the segment. To be honest, even though, of course, I advocate for self-custody, I think these ETFs are interesting for people who are real retail. They don't want to hold a private keys yet, and I think for a hardware wallet company as we are, it's a very interesting opportunity because ETFs can, speak to people who need to start easily. But once their wealth in Bitcoin will be significant, I think that might be the moment for them to switch to the self-custody. And so hardware wallets, it's still a very niche segment, unfortunately. So based on several sources, I think less than 2% of people who are in Bitcoin do the self-custody in hardware wallets. So I think the message and the mission of the company is even more important these days. And I think this is a great opportunity for the whole hardware wallet industry. But we must be persistent and we must try to, show the ways and use cases how you can very easily start with a hardware wallet. And these days, to be honest, I think it's somehow easily, or you can start with a hardware wallet very easily because there's no KYC, there's no forms and taxes questions, there's no annual, redoing of the know your client and this kind of stuff. So I think in a way, it's much easier to set up a hardware wallet in a minute than to create an account on the regulated exchange.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, I had my 401k, and they have like Unchained. There's ways to do that. For me, it was like, oh, there's a lot of paperwork. I don't know if I can fill this out right this second. And so I pushed it all, like my 401k into the IBID and into MSTR, and so it's easier to like transfer it. But I also obviously have cold storage. One of the biggest conundrums or fears that people have, I guess is a better word, is around quantum, right? So like, what do you guys do? How do you view quantum, number one, and what are you guys doing to, become quantum resistant effectively? Do you think this is a real fear for people, or are they going to be going after TradFi? The people that I always say it's not as big of a deal as people are making it, because I think that they'll go either after TradFi or they maybe would go after like Coinbase or something with like a lot of money versus individuals that but ultimately, like, what would your take be on quantum? How close are we to being a reality, and what is Treasury doing to alleviate some of those concerns?
This is a very serious topic, and thank you for asking. So our kind of philosophy is very simple. So what we cannot control is how the whole Bitcoin will react to the quantum threats, but there are solutions, of course. But what would we fully control is how we can create the hardware wallets like quantum ready. And that's what happened with the TS7. So what's the challenge with the hardware is that during the manufacturing process, there is something called a bootloader. And unfortunately, once this is done, you cannot swap it in the future. So that's why we focus on being quantum ready on the bootloader level. And that will allow you to upgrade in the future, software-wise, on whatever algorithm will be possible and ready and the community will agree on. So this is what we can do for the industry. And the question is how real this threat is. I'm not an expert on quantum readiness, or the quantum threat, but I think there is a kind of, no one knows, but I think the academic agree that it will happen in the next 10 to 15 years. And we want to be ready. So as a hardware wallet company, we want to make sure that with our hardware wallet, you can upgrade anytime in the future. So for example, imagine that you are a consumer these days, 2026, and you buy a TS7, our newest model. I think you can be really sure that in the future you'll be ready just to upgrade, and the quantum threat is not a threat for you.
Yeah, and the other piece there too, I think, is like it takes a lot of power to produce quantum. So it's not like I can't just build the quantum, and so there will be maybe nation states that could do it, bad actors, right? Thinking of like North Korea or Iran or something like that. But right now it's in the hands of like Google. Like, are they going to be evil enough to, to go in and hack? Like, I don't think so. So yeah, maybe, I mean, the way technology moves and how fast we move, everything is just, expanding very, very quickly. So we shall see on that piece. What are you most excited for about Treasury? I know you guys just said you launched your 7. Anything else coming down the pipeline? Anything you can, I don't know if you want to, breaking news of anything that you guys have going on, but would love to hear, over the next 6 months, a year, what you guys have planned.
So, of course, unfortunately, I cannot share everything, but you can be sure that we are working on the hardware like constantly. So we have a full hardware team which is constantly working on it. But what is interesting, we've been focusing on the software in the last months and the years because this is a very growing segment. So with the hardware wallet, some people still think that it's a passive device and you can only kind of store your private keys, but it's not true anymore. So with the hardware wallet these days and with the Trezor and Trezor Suite environment, which is basically the software, you can buy Bitcoins even though you don't have any Bitcoins yet. So you can just start the journey and Bitcoin journey with buying Trezor. You can buy the Bitcoin in the ecosystem. You can of course sell, so the loop is closed. And what is really expanding is all these kind of trade features and the staking features. So basically, we are not the ones who will judge what is the right crypto, wrong crypto. We just want to offer all these options to the people. So the software is basically what we've been focusing on in the last months. And you will see new features and new stuff in the software this year.
Well, let's do a fun one. So in terms of I don't know, I'm sure you've heard crazy stories of either people like losing your wallets. What are some like best practices or best tips? Do you suggest putting it in not social security, in like a PO box or something like that? Then is that now centralized if the bank burns down or something, God forbid? Like what do you tell your friends that are buying a cold storage wallet, best practices to use?
So I think the first important thing is to really understand what the private key is. Yeah. Unfortunately, that's how the conversation must start. And I think since we introduced this multi-share backup, which is honestly my favorite. It used to be called the Shamir backup, so maybe some people in the audience know this concept already. Yeah. Now we call it the multi-share. And what is great about it is that you can diversify the risk. So basically you can have, let's say, for example, 5 shares. And even though you will have lost 2 of these shares, you can still do the recovery. So the best practice and what we see a lot of potential future is the social backup. So we have 5 shares. One is yours in your safe home. The second one potentially is in the bank, in the safe, a physical one. And maybe the others, you can use your friends or your family members. And you can just say, hey, this is something important. Please keep it on a safe place. And once I will tell you, you will give it back to me. So these are very interesting concepts. And I think what is great about the multi-share concept is that you don't have to rely on the centralized banks and the centralized, exchanges and this kind of stuff. So I think the combination of really understanding that private key is super precious, but at the same time, you don't have to put all your eggs into one basket. I think this is the right combination because, to be honest, yes, we are just people. We can make a mistake, and it can happen with the private key. And it can happen to you that you will have lost access to one of these shares. It will happen. Yeah, 100% sure. So why not to diversify? So multi-share, that's the way how to do it.
Yeah, it's interesting too because it helps alleviate somewhat of a wrench attack, and we're seeing those in France, obviously the biggest country with a ton of wrench attacks. But is there anything you can do to avoid besides, sharing your hand and say, hey, I have a bunch of Bitcoin, come get me. Do you guys have any best practices there of hey, how do you maintain, secrecy and not, if someone does come in, does that multi-sig, effectively help out then? So you need.
I think it could. So I think it all starts with some basic operation security, and it's exactly what you said. So I think it's important to stay unnoticed, under the radar, be humble about the Bitcoins, don't share it with people you don't know, basically, and some very basic rules. And then, of course, there are multiple ways how to do it, and the multi-share is one of them. So basically, even though because if there is no single point of failure, it's very hard for the attacker to attack the surface into one critical point. So I think the multi-share can be very useful because in that way, you must attack, for example, 5 different targets. And this might be the way.
Yeah. And then in terms of if someone passes away, is this helping that situation too? Like, can they, if they have the keys ultimately, you have to really trust these people, right? Because they could go in and take your Bitcoin ultimately, right?
So this is a very sensitive topic, and what is great about the multi-share is that if you only have one share, it's basically no way how you could withdraw the funds. So you don't have to trust your friends. Of course, you should trust them, but you can be sure that these people cannot kind of withdraw your Bitcoins. So what is the best practice is to have some kind of a plan. So you can, for example, tell your lawyer, trusted, company, the lawyer company, and tell them, hey, here are instructions. And in case of my death, these are the instructions my family will get. And in these instructions, you can say, you must contact these people or check these places, and you will be just fine.
Very interesting. What are you most excited for here at the conference? What do you guys, any, major announcements you guys are making? Like just you personally too? Like, I don't know, this is my third or fourth now coming. So it's, it's fun to see the different cycles, how many people show up. This one's going to be pretty exciting too. Some great speakers that we're excited for, but anything specifically you're pumped for 2026?
Oh, yeah. So, for example, regarding this particular conference, I'm looking forward for tomorrow because there's going to be a Czech governor of the National Bank having a speech on the stage. And as far as I know, this is the first time that the central banker will be on the stage on a Bitcoin conference. So I'm really excited about this. And I think this is a great marketing for the Czech Republic, which is...
Are you Czech?
Yes.
Dobrý den. That's the only words I know. I studied abroad in Prague, though. So,
oh, really? Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite cities in the world. It's just an adult Disney World, I call it. It feels fake because it was the only country really that didn't get bombed, or the big city that didn't get bombed during World War II.
Yeah. So, Prague is a nice city, and I think sometimes we refer Czech Republic as the country of the Bitcoin. Because, by the way, the first conference in the world about Bitcoin was held in Prague. The first shared mining pool was invented in Czech Republic. We invented the BIP39 and the first hardware wallet, and even the first ATM was invented in the Czech Republic.
Oh, shit.
So it's nice, and we still think that it's important, of course, to share this. But the Czech governor on the stage, that's something I think.
Yeah, I want to watch that one too. So I know Dobrý den, and how do you say thank you?
Děkuji.
Okay, I didn't know if I knew that one.
And
beer.
Yeah,
exactly. So, anyways, thanks so much for coming on. Have a great rest of the conference, and hope to stay in touch.
Thank you for having me. It was amazing. Thank you.
Robbie, we're good. We'll be back. All right, we are live once again from the floor of BTC Vegas 2026. I'm here with the man who helped make this whole thing possible. Justin, how are you doing today?
Doing great. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. Here, lean a little bit closer.
Oh,
to this
sorry.
mic.
Yeah, I forgot that is the mic.
Takes a lot.
I've been doing mics for like here the entire time. You have a great radio voice, by the way.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah. Why do you think I chose this line of work as a living, my friend? It's
beautiful.
Yes. Well, why did you choose this line of work? You've been running these Bitcoin conferences since the very beginning, 2019. So tell us your experience. How did you ride this ladder up to running this whole entire thing?
I ask myself that question every single day. No, I've been here for almost 8 years with the company. The very first event I've ever thrown was actually Bitcoin 2019 in San Francisco. It was a 2,000 person event. I thought I just did the most amazing thing ever. And here we are in Vegas with tens of thousands of people. No, it's been a journey though. It's been a roller coaster. It's been a journey. It's been fun. You know, the team building this is our pros.
Yeah. And I mean, I'm sure you learn so much every single year doing this. One thing that I learned doing events back when I was much younger, like in Shanghai, China, actually, through some parties, but there's stress, right? It's so much stress leading up to it. How do you manage a team and the emotions that go into doing something like this?
It's a good question. You don't? No. So our team has been building this event for over a year. So everything you see here is just the tip of the iceberg. It's the surface level. You don't see the thousands of meetings, the hundreds of iterations of floor plans, you know, the nights where you're staying up until 2 a.m., you know, dealing with emotions and, you know, trying to figure out where to put things. So, you know, the team are professionals. They know what they're doing. This is not our first rodeo. Yeah, it's just all about the team. We have our production team, our programming team, marketing team, sales team. You know, it's just team effort.
What's the most fun part of it for you?
The most fun part of this, like the reason why I do this,
Yes,
because we're making history.
you are.
We're moving Bitcoin forward. Every single event, we move this industry forward.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's
Yeah, and so how do you do that? How do you one up yourself every single year? Because I'm sure it's a pressure on your back to be like, wow, we did Vegas last year, we're doing it again. It's got to be bigger, grander, different in some way. Like, how do you top yourself every single year?
you just grind. You
Yeah.
just do it. No, it's again, it comes back to the team. You
Mm-hmm.
know, BTC Inc. I was actually on another interview and I was talking about the team again. We have a very low turnover rate because everyone at the company is passionate about one thing, and that's Bitcoin.
Mhm.
And when you're passionate about the place that you work, that's all you think about. So our programming team is just like all year round thinking about like, all right, how do we move the industry forward? What does our audience actually care about hearing? You know, how do we change? How do we make change? Yeah.
Were you a Bitcoiner before you joined BTC Inc?
Barely. I met our founder at a wedding.
Mhm.
And he was talking to me about Bitcoin. So then I went down the rabbit hole. And a couple months later, I applied for a marketing job.
There you go.
So,
Now you're here.
yeah,
Cool.
exactly.
And so you said briefly, you've done this for so many years. And what's been the best one for you thus far?
We were talking about it earlier. 2021 was fun. That was a fun year.
Special. So
Yeah.
special.
But also last year, seeing Ross on stage, and just seeing the journey from 2021, where he had a radio clipping of a recording from prison, and then 4 years later, he's actually speaking on our stage. Like that just shows the change that our conference can, or the impact it can make, and that's special. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he got in trouble for recording that and having it played at the conference.
yeah, he took a risk,
He took a risk.
and it paid out.
Did.
Yeah.
Did. Big time. So we are starting here Monday. It goes through Wednesday. What are these 3 days like for you? Like what's the number one thing that you need to be on top of during these next 78 hours?
Just again, we've been planning this for a year. Everything's already in motion. The train's left the station, so it's just putting out little fires.
Yeah.
We're really excited about Pro Day right now today. The next 2 days are going to be our GA days, so we're going to see tens of thousands of people coming tomorrow, seeing all the speakers, networking. The expo hall is going to be packed. It's going to be a great event.
And does doing it twice in Vegas make it easier?
It does.
Yeah.
Yeah, with same vendors, or a lot of the same vendors. We know the venue better, like the back of our hand. We did last year. So yeah, having it in the same space definitely helps from a production standpoint.
Yeah. What's it like backstage? Is it chaotic or is it calm? What's the feeling back
It's
there?
organized chaos.
Yes.
Yes. That's the theme for the event.
And you're running any big event. Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely.
Yeah.
And for anybody looking to get into events themselves, what are some tips that you have for starting in the event industry?
No, I'm just joking. Come to events, meet the organizers, talk to them, shake hands. you can learn a lot from just talking to an event organizer at the event. A lot of unfiltered advice.
Yeah. Is there any speaker in particular that you're excited for?
Afro Man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like to see him on stage.
When does he go on?
I believe tomorrow.
Cool.
I think, or maybe Wednesday. I don't know. I need to look at the agenda.
Yes.
Yes.
No, that was a great get. Absolutely. And is he a Bitcoiner? Is he actually a Bitcoiner?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
We only have Bitcoiners on
We
stage.
only have.
Yeah.
Yes. Nice.
Yeah. No, big Bitcoin.
Cool, man. And there's so many events that are going on around it as well, outside of the conference itself, right?
Yes.
Are you part of that, organizing those?
Yeah, we have a lot of side events, after parties. We have in Vegas. We have an after party every single night. Tonight's at Live. Tomorrow's at Omni. Next one's at Tau. All the nightclubs. We have receptions. We have policy receptions. We have some for everyone. If you want to party, you can go get a table. If you want to network, you go to a reception. So
nice, man. And are you sleeping at all?
Yeah, I'm getting like 5 hours of sleep.
Okay.
Healthy 5.
Okay. Healthy 5. Healthy 5.
Are you sleeping?
Staying alive.
Are you
Not
partying?
much. I'm doing everything, dude.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm coming in from the East Coast. Where are you based out of?
Nashville.
You're
Tennessee.
Nashville. Yeah. And then so next year it's not going to be in Vegas.
It's not.
It's going to be in.
I can't tell you.
You can't say it yet.
No.
Oh, there's some hints, but you can't say
Yeah,
it.
there's some Easter eggs out there.
Yeah.
But I've been told by head of PR, Chris, that I can't say where it's from.
Okay.
Where we're gonna have it.
When are you going to make that announcement?
Tomorrow in today.
Okay. Nice.
But I'm very excited.
Yeah.
I think a lot of other people will be too.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Maybe I don't know where it is yet. Cool. Yeah. And you've got politicians. What's it like dealing with security, right? I mean, you had Trump, you had Vance, you had some big name people, politicians. Does that add another layer of complexity when you're dealing with Secret Service and whatnot?
No, it actually makes everything so simple, man. Just like they're so easy to work with. They're just, anything goes, really laid back. No, we have gotten really good at working with Secret Service and the FBI and all the 3-letter acronyms. But the most challenging part was probably in 2024 with Trump. It was after the assassination attempt, and we thought that he was going to come in and say, "Hey, this we can't make it anymore." But he doubled down. The Secret Service also doubled down. So they came in, ripped our floor plan apart, and we had to make a lot of changes. Something we've been planning for like a year, and then just in 2 weeks we had to change everything. Challenging, but adapting. But yeah, it just comes with the territory.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Who do you think gains the most from an event like this in terms of attendees? Like, what kind of people are changed the most by attending a Bitcoin conference?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I think I hope Bitcoin changes the most. I hope we're pushing Bitcoin forward in every single way by every speaker that goes on stage, moving someone in the audience, turning someone into a Bitcoiner. That's what it's all about. But you come to this conference, whether you're a newbie, whether you've been in the space for 10 years, whether you're a whale, and you kind of have an agenda. If you're here to network, you have a pro pass, you go to the enterprise hall, you talk to people, you network, you try to close deals. If you've never heard about Bitcoin before, you come here to sit on the main stage, listen to Jack talk about Bitcoin, and you learn a couple things, and then the next morning you wake up a Bitcoiner.
Yeah.
It kind of depends on who you are.
And do you see that? Are there more people coming who don't know about Bitcoin year after year?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, I like to think that our event is mainstream enough to attract the pre-coiners, the people that heard about Bitcoin but don't know anything about Bitcoin.
Yeah.
And then when they get here, they talk to Bitcoiners, they see the passion, they see what it's all about, they understand why we love it, and they hopefully turn into Bitcoiners.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then they meet and they have Bitcoin babies, and it's just one big
happy family.
Exactly.
Yes, that's what we do here.
Yes.
And the media footprint, right? Like, this event gets covered like none other in all the major outlets, right? I was scrolling through Twitter and I saw a Wall Street Journal article from 2023 that was like, Bitcoiners turn out despite market turn down, and so you guys are everywhere during this week when it's happening. Do you plan with that in mind, like how you can magnify that media footprint?
Yes, as much as we can.
Yeah.
We actually thought that this event would be a bull market event when we started planning this. So obviously we can't control everything, and we adapt. But yes, we as we get closer to the event, your speakers, your sponsors, the conversations you're having on stage, all kind of are by design.
Yeah.
So,
and in terms of the fact that Bitcoin is cyclical, right? And you have bull market events and you have bear market events. How do you deal with that? Do you care? And how do you prepare for anything that comes?
You just have to accept it.
Yeah,
you just have to accept that our revenue is driven by the cycles, and that's any Bitcoin company. That's just not media. You go up with the up and you go down with the down, and you just have to prepare. And if you prepare properly, which we have over the past couple of years, you can survive the bear markets.
Cool, man.
Yeah.
How many more Bitcoin conferences do you have in you? Can you do this for a long time, or does it wear you out?
It's rewarding enough to where I can just keep on doing this for a while.
Cool.
Yeah. I think I got it in me.
Nice, man. Yeah. Well, then we'll be speaking a whole lot more. Dude, love coming here. Cheers. Thank you.
It's good.
Nice. Well, hello, everyone. Thank you so much. This has been the longest stream we have ever done, 4.5+ hours of daily stack content. As I'm saying, once again, live from Bitcoin 2026 in Las Vegas. Jody, Avi, what's your takeaways? How you guys feeling? Long day of streaming.
We were just talking about this. Our heads are spinning. A lot of noise behind us. You're meeting. We just met Arthur Hayes. We're meeting it's really cool in the media section because you get everyone that walks by. And I think some of the conversations we had were phenomenal. Just going back, I just interviewed your buddy from Swan, and we were talking about, hey, can Bitcoin really solve everything? And I brought up the Grant Cardone conversation about it's not going to solve your wife getting divorced with you. It's not going to solve other things. And I was like, whoa, this is deeply personal. No, but what I gathered from it was around the war, and if you can't just print endless money. He was really smart. He was talking about what happened at the central bank in England and ultimately what happened. Yeah, and I just found that fascinating because that's true. If you can't just print money consistently, you can't just continue to finance all these wars. And so Bitcoin, you wouldn't think of that as something that could potentially solve world peace, but it can. I'm learning on the fly here.
I love the Bitcoin education that Avi gets every single day as a part of the daily.
I'm learning with you guys.
Yes. All right, Jody, what's your takeaway?
Honestly, he's sitting over there. CJ Constantinos, we just had a phenomenal interview. He's a phenomenal speaker, communicates both from his own company's perspective of people who serve, but also just for connecting to a new Bitcoin audience. I'm from Georgia, he's from Florida, he's living down there, and he's a good way with connecting with people. Another thing that we got into was the war, and I think we're seeing the ramifications of forever wars in Iraq and Afghanistan and now Iran, and those wouldn't all be possible to be at the scale to have a military industrial complex. F-35 program couldn't be a $40 billion program if you were tied to hard money, if you had to raise money via Bitcoin-backed bonds, or you're making just harder cuts because you have a finite amount of money. So pretty interesting that we're both ending up on war, but we're very much
stole mine. Dude.
We're very much looking at what the effects of Iran, and let's talk about price today. Price is holding up well, 66 or 76, 77, but it's more about, we see the long-term effects, the last 20 years of printing, and the next generation, our kids, all three of our kids, are not going to be in a really good situation if we continue what we're currently doing in any government around the world that can just print to go take over Taiwan or to go do what we're doing.
Yeah, that's one thing that we were talking about earlier is every single Bitcoin conference tends to have a theme, right? 23 was definitely a bear market conference. 24 was Trump. 25 was the treasury companies. And this year it's what's the theme here? What's the overall meta going on? And I think there isn't one, but I think it's that Bitcoin's here to stay, right? It is so established, the brands here, the sponsors, everybody, the media section, the news outlets. Bitcoin is just accepted as part of finance, part of culture, and it's on the highest levels here. We've got politicians, the biggest brands, everything. Bitcoin, I don't want to say Bitcoin's won, but in many ways, it's graduated to a level that we've never seen before.
He was telling me the governor of Czech Republic is going to be speaking
at the bank. Yeah, their national bank.
Yeah, the central bank. So that's fascinating. And seeing going through your themes, the ETFs last year, the treasury companies, all that was really exciting. And you brought up a good point. We're day one, so maybe we'll find the theme day two and we'll bring it to you guys. But the theme does feel hey, everyone that's been in Bitcoin, we've been now kind of for quite some time. We invite all the newbies to come over as well, but it does feel it's almost like you have the answer key. That's how I feel about Bitcoin. It's I don't really care about price goes up or down anymore. I know in 5 years it's gonna be higher, 10 years it'll be higher than that. And as long as we keep printing money, you can't stop the 21 million train. You can't print more of that. So I think that's, for me, is the theme of Bitcoin. Yeah, Bitcoin is here. It's embodied in everyone that's come to the conference, but for those at home too, we're coming for you.
The one thing you don't see here that you see a lot less of is AI Slav. I think you could be someone that maybe you take a picture here, you take a video here, and you put a really AI generated caption. But for the most part, all the people here are physical. That what they can say, they can't read from their phone about how do I look smart talking about strategy, or a cool piece of generative art. Well, yeah, you did that in Gemini, the latest Gemini model 2.5 really quickly, but there's an actual guy painting over there, standing on a chair with oil paint and actually going up and down. So it's not something you necessarily first thing you think of, but then now sitting down, I'm like, wait, this isn't the Twitter timeline. This isn't Bitcoin Twitter timeline where 2/3 of things are AI augmented in some way. Everything is real, tangible, and I think in-person events over the long term are going to be even more valuable.
One thing I saw, so I was kind of going on that concept of walking around and seeing cool shit. Hot tubs that are heated by Bitcoin miner. I thought that was really cool. I just saw there's a guy playing amazing guitar over there too, and then nicotine pouches, decentralized nicotine pouches, ironically. So quitsin.com is just finding new people to go after. But I thought that was
building your base.
We were asking what's the what's the Bitcoin element here, and they accept Bitcoin. So
they accept Bitcoin. Yes.
That's enough for me.
And so, yes, this has been Pro Day, right? Industry Day. And tomorrow is the first of general admission. There should be 10,000 plus more people here tomorrow. And I always think it's interesting how many new people are going to be here, right? First time exposure to Bitcoin, to Bitcoiners. There are so many Bitcoiners that are they don't have any other Bitcoiners in their life, right? And this provides you an opportunity to go out and meet them, some of the people that you watch and listen to on a regular basis in real life, and get to know them. So many businesses start here, conversations, and new opportunities. So excited. If you're going to be here tomorrow, definitely come, stop by, say what's up. We're excited to meet as many of you as possible.
Fong Lee from Strategy coming
tomorrow. Yeah.
Afro Man. We're going to go interview Afro Man. We're going to go interview Janice McAfee, which I'm super excited about. Lauren Rodriguez as well, who's actually right next door to us. Alexander Tristan Thompson. We're coming with a bunch of highlights here, so it's going to be fun.
Heavy hitters tomorrow.
Can't go out too late tonight, but we probably will. No one knows. But yeah, you want to wrap it up?
Yeah, I think we can.
It's time for a
call it a day.
Bitcoin beverage.
We are, and so we're starting off the market show tomorrow, 9:30 Pacific, 12:30 our normal time. I don't know if we're getting Sniper to dial in, but we're gonna be watching MSTR. We're gonna be watching ARM. We're gonna be watching all the big ones that we do, and then we will see you guys in the morning.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Enjoy. Get some rest. We'll be back.
Get some rest. Bitcoin. Bitcoin.
That's it, dude.